Hello, everybody. What's going on? How's it going, Oshik? What is up? Yeah, we're gonna be working a little bit more guns today. I know. We're almost done. Also, daylight savings happened, by the way. Ceiling is up? No way. So yeah, in case you're wondering. Hey! Let's go. Thank you very much, MVG. I appreciate it. Hold on. Thank you very much, MVG. I appreciate it. That's awesome. But yeah, here's the deal. I didn't actually start at the perfect time. It's 3:58 for me right now. It's because daylight savings happened. But hey, for everybody else, we're back. We're back to normal, so it's fine. Right? Yeah. But it's okay. I guess. I'll try and be better about it. It's just so hard to show up on time. Because we've got so many things I gotta do, and then I'm like, I don't know. But I will do better. But yeah. More gun stuff. It's time. So, okay, I've got it working pretty well with the horizontal gun layout, except for one weird issue. It's fine when we have the scope and stuff, but I don't know what's going on here, guys, but for some reason when I take, like, so you can see the center of the barrel's aligned with my mouse. Oh. Interesting. So, it doesn't get aligned at the top. Did not realize that. So why is it like so misaligned? Because it's aligned there, and if I take the scope off, it's misaligned there, but then it's aligned on the top. So this is what I have to figure out. I mean, it's close enough to where I don't think you'd even really notice, you know? So it'd probably be fine. But then I guess the thing is like, it's not lined up on this one. On the vertical, for sure. You can see that. I mean, I guess it's kind of fine in both cases. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I mean, it's a very minor thing, and I do need to get them done, so... So you can tell. Well, thank you. I appreciate it, yeah. I could change the mouse pointer for this. And give it, like, a little target thing, you know? So, you never know. Could do that. Right now, it's like, it thinks that it's a melee weapon, so it just racks up 1,000,000 damage every second. Yeah, I gotta fix... I think the next step now, sort of, that the drawing of the sprite seems to be okay for the most part, is gonna be, actually, like, doing the projectiles and stuff, so we're gonna work on that. One thing I do want to do, though, is with these, hands, I need to configure those better. Also, I don't know if it's just my headphones or what. Do you guys hear, like, random clicking? Let's see. I'm gonna call that one left. Yeah, every once in a while I hear, like, a click, and I don't know what's going on. If you guys do hear that, let me know. Can't see in here. Okay, 0. I think this should be -90. So the idea is that we have one hand like this and then one hand up. So you'll see. It's all in my head? Okay. Well, that's fine then. As long as you guys don't hear it. I'll have to figure out what's going on with my headphones, though. Okay, so the only things we have to do is get the drawing working for this case here, and then we just have to do the hands. So it should be pretty easy, I think. Yeah, I think it's all in my head. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. So, what we're gonna do for that is in here. So let's see. We want to get the left hand in the center of the handle. So what's up, Skelos? How's it going? Do you happen to know the return type for a scene that has node as the root? So, with returning from what function? Like get tree? Or do you mean, like if you say return, is it like a packed scene? Oh, there's a type for scenes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just called a packed scene, right? Isn't that the return type of any scene? Or am I wrong? I'm pretty sure though, and you can run instantiate and stuff. I didn't even know this was a thing. Gen edit state. What is this? Whack. You tried pack scene. Godot doesn't like it. So what are you trying to do with a node? Are you trying to turn a node into a packed scene like live? Yeah, you could also print the type. I think you can do like .get type or something. Or a type of or something. This is some kind of function, I think. Yeah, type of. Well, that just returns an int, but yeah. So you're trying to, like, I presume, convert a node into a pack scene on runtime? So yeah, how would you do that? Okay. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, feel free to type that out. I'm just gonna figure out this hand position stuff. So both of those. So essentially what I want is position 1 minus parts 0.get width divided by 2.0. So this is going to be return data dot left hand position is equal to position of 1 minus that. So this is going to be the center of the handle, right? And then the right hand on this one, we'll have to figure that one out. So return data dot right hand position. So that's going to be position 1 plus parts 1 dot get width divided by 2.0. And I might actually keep it there, so it's at the start of the barrel. We'll see what that looks like. So that's if both of those, that's fine for now. Okay, let me go back to the player now and we'll see what that looks like. So let's see, get node ranged. Essentially now what I'm gonna do is say left is equal to dot offset is equal to range sprite info. Actually, probably not an offset. I think I'll set position. Dot hand. I already forgot, guys. I already forgot. Left hand position. And then same for the right. Now, in this case, I think I want to make the hand invisible. We'll see on that. For now, let's just see what this looks like, though. I'm probably gonna have to restart the game. I just noticed your mouse has a crack in it. Oh, yeah. So I have a set of sequences that are individual scenes. Okay. They're basically acting as structs, and I want to be able to switch between each sequence. So I'm trying to avoid having a bunch of variables and just have one called current sequence. Yeah. Okay. So you want to be able to switch between them. Yeah, I mean, if you're loading in a scene and you want to be able to access data from them and sort of use it as a struct, then you basically just have to instantiate it. So what you can say is like load, you know, res scene, and then instantiate. Instantiating doesn't necessarily mean you have to add it to the scene tree. You can, if you wanted to run like the process event and stuff, but you don't need to. So you could just do that, say var current scene is that, and then now you can just say current scene dot variable. right? Because that's kind of what you're wanting to do, right? Sort of use it like a, just like a struct. Potentially returns the top node. Yeah, it'll always return the top node, right? Because that is what the, like the scene is the root node on that one. But I guess if you had children node too in the struct, you could just access its children. So you can just say current scene dot get node, or inside of that node, you can just, you know, have a reference to the child. You could say child1 dot variable or whatever, like that. Is that kind of what you want to do then? And then for like keeping track of the different scenes or whatever, I'd probably just have an array, you know, of all the paths to your scenes. Or if you really want, you can just load them all right here, you know, and have struct one and just load all these up like this. And then you can just load which one at which index into the current scene. So be careful if you aren't adding the nodes to the scene tree. Yeah, so some functions, you do have to be careful with that. Some functions do rely on the scene tree. But yeah, I don't know if that's really like the method I would recommend, right? Because yeah, like MBG's saying, it's probably better to use custom resources for that. With a resource, it's going to be way easier. I mean, it's kind of the same concept, right? Where you load in the resource and then you sort of access it like a script. But the difference is that you don't have to instantiate it as a node. Resources can just be a thing. They don't have to be a node, right? So I can just say load res resource, and then now that's my resource. And I say var resource is that, and now I can access the variables in a resource. Right. So that's probably what I would do instead of doing it as a node, as a scene. A resource in this case probably makes way better sense. Yeah, resources made to be stored in variables. Yeah, exactly. So that's probably what I would do for sure, is the resource route, as MBG said. Yeah, resources are pretty nice for that kind of stuff. It pretty much sounds like that's exactly... like it's a really good use case for what you're looking for right now. Uh-oh. What'd I do here? Oh. I get tired of this, having to convert back to vector 2s. Oh well. Okay, what now? Float? Oh. Yeah, I forgot. Let's see, just do 0 on that one. And then hand position, so that's gonna be... I don't know where I want the hands to be. Assuming that it's gonna be sort of centered around the top, then I'm just gonna say bottom height divided by 2, but minus, of course. So we'll see what that looks like. Skip, skip, skip. Okay. So let's see here. Okay. It needs some work. And you can see our other hand is in there, so we have to get rid of that. But you can see the route we're going for with that. So here, let's hide that other hand. Okay, so things still need to be aligned a bit. It looks like that X offset that I have for the left hand actually should be for the other hand. So we have position 1.x. I think I want to add on that vector, because I think it's weird how offset stuff works. It's like the opposite of what you would expect, right? Okay, no, it actually did screw it up. So let's see here. We're subtracting it. I'm not sure why it's weird. What if I just get position 0? Okay, position 0 is there, which doesn't make any sense. Or position 1. In this case, you can make your base structs and even save presets. Yeah. We just need a way to store values in arrays and be able to use them in sequence. I still kind of need the scene, though, because there's a path 2D that I'm using, getting position values. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I guess that works. Loading a scene, instantiating it if you do need, like, positional data. Make sure you're using a node 2D then, or a node 3D. I'm trying to figure out why this is stupid. Position 1 is going to be that. Which should be fine. Oh, okay, I'm stupid. I always forget that because we already set the offset, we don't want to actually do that. That's why it's so stupid. So yeah, this will work now, I think. There we go. So front hand needs to move up a little bit. Where do we have this? The right hand is at parts 1, I get width divided by 2. I want to do the full width on that one. The left hand, I think, is fine, too. There we go. And then we just need to shift them down. So I'm going to go ahead and say bottom height, and then minus, like, 4 or something. We'll see what that looks like. Oops, other way around. Plus 4. All right. There we go. Pretty close, pretty close. I think just a little bit of adjusting. Maybe just like a pixel higher. Maybe we go to plus 3 instead. And then I think we're pretty much good to go. With the hands, yeah. That looks pretty good. And then hopefully it does work with the other configurations. We still have to like get the hand positions on this one, because it'll just be like that right now. But we can just copy all this stuff down and just do it. I had a for loop on this one before and it's fine or whatever, but I think I'm actually going to change that probably. Because I kind of like having the control over each position on this. I don't know, I mean, I guess this is fine. It's just saying like... So this can happen if scope right is true also. Which I think is okay. Yeah. We'll have to test with like the bigger parts and stuff. I need to add like a really long barrel and stuff just to see what happens. But hopefully we should be okay. So, ranges are 3. We're getting the position of the part. Okay. You know, honestly, I guess this then is just kind of the same for every case, because we already know the center position. So it's just saying 0, and then offset by a couple pixels. So I think I can just do that. Sort of the same with the rotation offset, where it doesn't really matter. It's all kind of the same. Yeah, so this is the one issue. I don't know what's up with this, but the gun will shift up higher when we don't have a scope. And I'm honestly not sure why. It's a little tricky. Because what should be happening is that this gun should be 10 pixels tall, which the sprite is, right? So that's what's so confusing about this. The only thing I can think of is that the position of the weapon node is off. Or the hand node or something. But no, it's in the center position. So that's, I guess, what I'm confused about on why this is strange. Because everything should be fine in here. I don't think there's any offset stuff set. No. I don't know. That's what's weird about this. I don't know why this is lower than the other one when we have a scope on. Doesn't make any sense. So we gotta figure that out. At the end of the day, I can just set individual variables for each scene. Yeah. Yeah, I'd definitely take a look at resources, though. I do use resources in Starground for, like, the loot table stuff, so essentially what I have here is... Yeah, let's go look at resources. All of these different, like, info tables are all resources, right? So essentially all a resource is, to set it up, you just create a script and attach it to a resource, .trez. It's pretty straightforward, so it doesn't take very long to figure out or anything. But yeah, basically it's just a script, right? So this is the commands table resource. You just extend resource. But it's pretty easy to do, honestly. And then you can just kind of do whatever you want in here. Now, you can have functions and stuff in here. The only thing is that you can't do scene tree stuff unless you pass it in as a variable, right? So if you've created a resource, you can like create a function. I can have function stupid, and then it can do whatever, and then you can call that function. But you can't have like the process event in here because there is no process event. It's not a node, right? So just keep that in mind with resources. They're not the exact same as a node. It can't really interact with the scene tree very much, but it's sort of just an interface. Yeah, it's mostly data-driven stuff, right? So, but yeah. Man, what is up with this? Okay. I'm printing out all this info down here. So the final height of this is 16 pixels, which is expected and good. And then when I take this off, the final height is, yeah, 10, which is expected. And then also the rotation offset is back to normal. It's on the y-axis is 0. So that's why I'm so confused right now, because why is it just in the wrong position? I don't get what's going on here. Let's take a look at this player node. See if we can figure something out here. Yeah, that's all I'm needing is something to store arrays. Okay. Yeah, definitely a resource then, I would say. Oh man, this remote view is so slow. I thought they were supposed to make it faster. Now I can't even scroll through it. It's actually too slow. This kind of sucks. I just gotta see what it is. Hurry. Move down. Okay, now stop moving. Come on. Come on, just one more. Okay. Oh my god. You guys see how slow this is, right? This is kind of, not good. Okay, range. The offset is 0. So that's what I'm so confused about. Like, why is it, Okay, no, it shows that the offset's 0.415. But it doesn't make any sense, because right here, on rotation offset, it's clearly set to 0. Right? So why would it be at 0.415? I don't know, that's a little weird, guys. Because right here I just say get the range node and set the offset to that. It should be okay. I can do this. I don't know why I run get node in here, honestly. Rotation offset. Weird. I don't know. I don't know why it would be stupid. I don't think I set the offset anywhere else. Because I can print out what it is here. I'm just going to print this rotation offset, right? Just make sure that I'm not crazy or something. I've ever looked into using the developer console. I have not. I haven't heard of that before. Developer console. Yeah, the Godot console. Yeah. I don't know, this could be interesting. I mean, honestly, most of the time I just use print statements and that that works for me. I don't like relying on plugins and stuff like that because they will break one day. You know, unless the person keeps maintaining them. I use some plugins just because they're so good, I would be a fool not to, like Godot Steam and stuff, but okay, it seems like it's not setting it. I think that might be what's happening here. Because I don't see it printing. Unless that's printing it, but then why didn't it print it down here, right? I'm just going to print another thing in here, which is offset. Also, we have an ad starting in 1 minute. My apologies. Okay, so does it... I don't know what's going on here. Because it's just weird. It shows that the offset is 0, but then when we actually look at the weapon... well, maybe not. Okay, the offset is 0, so I don't know what happened. But see, why is it, like, I don't know why it's not centered, though. I don't get it. I mean, I have centered marked on. Weird. I mean, position stuff is just 0, so it's not that. Right? I mean, you can see it. You can see the issue. Like, for some reason, the mouse is aligned, like, in the middle of the gun. It doesn't make any sense. So why is it off? Right? I mean, unless it's one of these other things, like the hand. It's not that, because there's no position stuff. You know, what else could it be? The weapon node. I mean, it's not that one. Position stuff is fine. So I don't know. You can see why I'm confused on this one. Because it doesn't seem to make any sense. And like hand is there. Which... fine, I guess. Is it that the... but no, it doesn't make any sense, though. I guess it's because the hand isn't aligned with the mouse. So I guess this one is technically correct. And then when I add the scope, that one's technically incorrect. Yeah, because that one is aligned, but it doesn't make sense why it is, I guess. Yeah, let's go look at the table again, or the mod API script. So, yeah, I think that's our issue right now. I can, like, fix it once I can just get it consistent, right? But... well, yeah, I don't think these are on a per project basis. Yeah. I don't know why, but I've never stuck with engine add-ons. Yeah, I mean, engine add-ons, I don't like to use engine add-ons, but Godot Steam is the one exception because it's, like, it's good. It does everything I need for Steam stuff. And I don't really see any alternative, right? I mean, I could do my own manual Steam networking stuff, but man, that would kind of suck. So, yeah. If I could just use Godot Steam as a plugin, I would, but I don't think I can. I'm pretty sure the multiplayer peer thing is like... yeah, it's gotta be all of it. Yeah, don't reinvent the wheel, yeah. Because, I mean, there's already this great plugin, or it's not really a plugin, I guess engine build. So why would I bother doing it again, but probably worse, right? Okay, so we gotta figure out what's going on when the two scopes are here. It must just be something wrong with our rotation offset thing down here. Because what we have is this, so normally rotation offset will be 0, right? Which is all good and dandy. Like, I can just comment that out and just set it to 0, and we'll see what happens here, right? So on a gun without a scope, that's correct. I know it's not aligned with the mouse, but we'll fix that. So that's, like, fine. I guess I align it there so that this one isn't, weird. But, I don't know, maybe I should change that behavior, honestly. Okay. But then when I put the scope on, you can see the issue, right? Because now the gun is moved down. So we just have to move this up enough to where it's normal again. So what do we need to do here? So, okay, the total height of this gun is 16. And the height of this scope is 6. So essentially we just need to offset it the size of the scope, right? I'm pretty sure. So instead of saying 0, we're just going to say parts 3 dot get height. I think that'll work. Now, one issue with that though is the fact that let's see here. If I could do height minus bottom height. And then just say negative. Because if we have a scope that is really tall or something, or like if we have, let's say, this scenario where the scope is like this because we have a tiny centerpiece, but then the stock is big, we need to be able to know that, like, this is set down. Because if we just do the top of the bottom coordinate, then it's going to think that the scope is up here, and then the offset's going to be completely wrong. So saying height minus bottom height should be fine, because, yeah, we can say, like, okay, is bottom height taller than the scope or whatever, then we can offset for that. So, okay, I know that's correct in theory, but then in practice, it's wrong. So that's what I'm, like, confused about right now, right? Because this is correct, but then with the scope, it's wrong. So I don't know what's going on with that. Maybe we need to do... I mean, why wouldn't that work, right? Because essentially what I'm saying here is that, okay, here's our gun, and then we're going from that to this height, but we still have this same part, right? So I'm basically saying get the total height of this and subtract it by this bottom amount. So if this is 10 and this one's 16 tall, I'm saying 16 minus 10 over here, right? Which is 6. Because what should we be getting here? I mean, that should be correct because it's 6 pixels taller. I don't know. It's confusing, dude. I'm not sure what the issue is with this. Because basically our center line is here, and now our center line is here. So what's the difference between these two? Before the center line was at 5, and now the center line is at 12. Right? So how do we get the center line back at 5? I guess what we have to say is get the bottom height, which is 10, divided by 2. So we want to get it at position 5. And then do we just want to say... Let's see here. So we have the center of that, which is 5 pixels. And then this one's 16 pixels, which means we need to move 6 pixels down. Which should work, because it's the height of the... I don't know. Well, okay, I guess that's wrong, because this is 5. And so if this is at 12 and we move 6 down, then our line is at 6, which is wrong. Right? So we actually want to move it down 7 pixels. Then I guess how do we calculate that? Because 16 minus 10 is 6. Or no, our midline is at 8. Duh. Because the height is 16. So do we just want to say half of the height, which is 16, divided by 2, which is 8, subtracted by the half, which is an offset of 3 pixels? Yeah, I think that's correct. Let's try that. So we're gonna be getting... What did I even do? Okay. Height divided by 2.0 minus bottom height divided by 2.0. I think that's correct. But I don't know. We'll see. Let's see in game. Okay. Oh, and we also had to make it negative. Because this is going to be positive 3. It needs to be negative 3. See if that works. Oh, that's looking good. So that aligns to the top of the barrel. This aligns to the top of the barrel. I think we're good. Okay. Yeah, this sprite stuff has been a kind of a pain. I'm not gonna lie. Trying to get everything aligned properly, but I think we're good to go though. Okay, now what I can do is just like set an offset for the whole thing, right? So I can just go in here, and it's really easy actually, because I just say grab the range node, transform, and we're just gonna move it up. Like minus 3 pixels or something. And then boom. Now it's aligned. So that's pretty much it. Now, rotating, and this is where it gets a little tricky, because if we rotate this around, because our offset is different, on the vertical aiming, it's going to be weird. And I think it's the same for this one. Yeah, so I wonder how I can fix that. So yeah, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. And maybe if I just set this to 0, I don't know if that would then still be an issue. See, it's like weird, because then it's fine at the top. I don't know why setting it up would... I guess it's because of how you rotate it. So I think the only way would be to fix the offset of all this stuff, or move the hand up, right? So just say minus 3 on that. Yeah. Now that does cause a lot of issues though, because all of our stuff is going to be different. I don't know why my hand is still visible in this configuration. But see, now the weapon is going to be higher up and stuff. This one is still fine, because you can see that one's actually aligned with the mouse, the laser one. I don't know why I set the melee one to be weird, right? I do want this to be centered on the mouse. I think this is going to be the only way to do it. Well, we're just going to have to go through and kind of fix it for the other things, I think. So let's get started on that. We have to make it so the hand actually gets displayed. You can see it's just too high right now. I mean, it's not like too high, I guess. I mean, I guess it's okay, right? But yeah, I don't know. We'll figure it out. So let's see. What do we need to do here? So let's go back into here on change tool. So here, if it's 0, if it's 1. So this is where we're going to set the hand stuff. Okay. So if it's ranged, I'm just going to say hand.visible is false. But then otherwise, everywhere else, it's going to be visible. I set it visible false there, but I'm actually going to... Or no, that's the actual weapon. Yeah, so I'll just set that to true. So hopefully that'll fix that issue. Let's take a look at that, though. Okay, yeah, so now our hands are visible normally. And it's actually aligned with the mouse, which is good. This is normal, and then on ranged, we have the 2 hands without the other one. Okay, so next issue is for some reason the gun sprite is like visible when we swap away from the gun. I think it's just because I'm not making it invisible, which is an easy fix. Yeah, because I think it's because... Oh, it's because weapon is visible? Yeah. So down here, it's because I say, yeah, weapon is visible, true. Yeah, I just need to set range to also be invisible. So that should fix that. There we go. Alright, we're almost there then. Really. I don't know what that flickering is, like right there when the gun is pointing down. I think it's something weird going on with the animation stuff, because I've noticed, like, well, first off, it's not even swinging. And then if I swap back to the melee weapon, it, like, doesn't do the swing. You see what I mean? So something's a little weird with that. I need to figure that out. But yeah, hopefully we can figure that out. But this is working now. I mean, we still have to make it shoot normal, obviously. Right now it's just, swinging like a sword. It does 0 damage, apparently. Okay. Say, welcome in, Emperor. Could you make Minecraft? Yeah, like, is it a technically challenging game? There's definitely some things that are pretty tricky about Minecraft. I think one of the hardest parts about Minecraft is doing all the, like, the multiplayer terrain syncing, because that's actually a pretty complicated problem, right? Because you have millions of blocks, and so it's kind of a matter of, like, how do you simplify that data enough to be able to be sent over the network and do it reliably without errors? Because if you ever have an error, then it's, yeah. But yeah, Minecraft is pretty complicated with stuff like that. So I definitely wouldn't say it's, like, easy. It's probably, yeah, a pretty technically challenging thing, right? So, yeah, I don't know. If it wasn't multiplayer, it wouldn't be too bad. It would still be complicated, but it wouldn't be impossible to do, right? But man, yeah, throwing multiplayer on top of that also, that's pretty hard. Because having to sync all that data and stuff and have a server, and yeah, it's tricky. Multiplayer really just adds so much more complexity onto everything, you know? Nothing is easier with multiplayer. It's only harder. So... But yeah, if you really wanted to set out and make something like that, it's possible. I mean, you can make, you know, randomly procedurally generated terrain and stuff. It's possible, but just trying to tie it all together, it really, that's really the hard part, right? You can make a Minecraft clone. It wouldn't be that hard, but that is without a bunch of the things it has on top. Yeah, right, that's the thing. Like, if you just spent the time to get the technical stuff out of the way, then sure, but it wouldn't be much of a game, right? So that's the issue. Yeah, so like with the syncing of world data in Minecraft, I don't really understand it super well, but essentially the only thing that they're syncing is the blocks that have changed on the server, right? Because everybody gets the seed. So essentially, like, the world is generated, it looks like this. Everybody gets that seed and generates the world just like that, you know, so it's identical. I know these aren't identical, but pretend they are. And basically, let's say this is the server, right? Somebody breaks a block, that data gets synced to the server. So let's say this block has been broken and changed. Now the server will send that back and say, hey, this block is broken now. And so doing it that way, it means that you don't have to sync all of this extra block data, right? Because there's a billion blocks here. If you only sync what you actually need to, then it really saves a lot on performance. And yeah, right, that's, yeah, from what I know, the server actually sends chunks to the players. Okay, they do. Interesting. Okay, yeah, so I guess that, yeah, because I guess that makes sense. When the server lags out and stuff, you can't load chunks in very fast. Okay. So scratch this. Boom. That might actually happen after the chunks are loaded, but I guess when you're initially loading in the chunks, the server then, yeah, will send chunk packets back to the client. So it's just going to say, hey, this is a list of all the blocks in this chunk, and you're going to generate this, right? So, but then, yeah, I'm sure after the chunks are generated, it's something like this, where it just sends some kind of event of when a block is broken. Again, yeah, I don't really know, like, the exact ins and outs of the whole system, because it's pretty complicated. So it's hard to, like, really know what's going on. That's why you can have server-side world gen modifications and it works with vanilla clients. Yeah. Yeah, that is true. That is what's nice about how it does terrain generation stuff, right? Where you can do just server-side stuff and it just syncs on clients. Find it mind-boggling how the managers send such huge amount of data in so little time. I know, that's the thing. Like, I don't know how they do it, right? Like, how do they... I don't know. How do they send so much data over, right? It's definitely interesting. I don't know how they do it. Let's see. Let's fix this. There we go. Okay, that's looking pretty good for the gun and hand position. I can't really be much happier with that. So we're gonna start working on the actual shooting part, I think. Yeah. I'm also gonna turn the audio on just so you guys can hear the game. But yeah, it says slashes right now. Gotta fix that. That's not supposed to happen. Is this game world gen or custom made? Yeah, Starground I do procedural generation. And yeah, I do actually sync data with clients. The way I do it is sort of how I explained, where it's like everybody generates the same map and then I just synchronize the changes, right? So everybody has, here's the map that gets generated. It's the same for everybody. And then if like somebody cut a chunk out or something, that gets synced to over here. So doing it that way means I don't have to sync this entire block of map because it's just way too much data to send. I can just say, just send this one that has been modified. So, yeah, deterministic generation is pretty nice. I guess the only downside is if you mod the game and you change the generation, but that's a very minor downside for the performance, all right? So, yeah, I think it's fine. But yeah, it works pretty well. I've been able to get it working with multiplayer pretty... Not easily, but, you know, successfully, I guess. Okay, well, I think we're pretty much ready to go here. Yeah, let's just go start working on the actual combat stuff for the weapon, then. So in set weapon, we have a couple variables in here. So we do actually set them. We set the damage and cooldown, so that's good. I think we do. Yeah, we do down here. range stats. So this is where in change tool, we're gonna have to change those stats, right? So in change tool down here, normally what we do is this stuff where we say, you know, damage is that. So we just have to set that stuff. So I'm gonna say, damage is range stats dot damage. Cooldown is range stats dot cooldown. And then current cooldown is equal to cooldown. And that's pretty much it. So that should sync over our actual weapon data. What if client A goes offline, client B makes changes, client A misses changes, then client A comes back? Yeah, so basically how it works with Starground at least. I don't know about like Minecraft stuff, but there must be some kind of like caching, yeah, where it saves a list of changed chunks. How I do it in Starground is essentially one person is the server, so this is the server player, and then everybody else is a client connected to the server, right? Arbitrary number of clients. Sort of like that. So when these people are either playing or joining for the first time, even if there's pre-existing changes, essentially the server is going to say, oh, you just joined? I have a list of all the changed tiles, right? So the server stores that info, and then it says, okay, somebody just joined. I'm going to send over that whole list of tiles. So on load, it'll set all the tiles and update everything that's stored on the server. And then after that, like if a client's already connected and a change happens over here, it just sends an event over and says, hey, this just got updated, so update it in your local list of tiles. So that's how I do it there. Now, I don't think that system necessarily works for Minecraft because, you know, if in an infinite world, this doesn't work because technically you can have an infinite number of changed tiles. So I think how it works in Minecraft, especially with MBG's point about how chunks are generated on the server, it means that when a client loads in, it'll only send over the info that this client needs to generate its chunks. So it'll say, okay, I'm building a chunk with this data, and then I'm sending that chunk to you. So that's sort of how it works with Minecraft, I believe. It's a little bit easier with Starground because it's not an infinite world. So doing something like this where I send the whole list over is feasible. You can't really do that on Minecraft because sometimes that could be 200 gigabytes of chunk data, right? That's way too much. You'd have to sit there and wait 3 hours to join the server. So that doesn't work in that case. Minecraft, you have to just only send over exactly what the client needs to generate those chunks, right? And yeah, it completely changes versus like infinite world and finite world because infinite stuff, you can't load the whole world in at the same time. So it has to be with chunks, how Minecraft does it. That's really the only way. Made the system, what a smart guy. Yeah. I don't know. But yeah, that's basically how that's set up. Is player being the server a common pattern? It just depends. A lot of games will do it that way, where the player is the server. But then also a lot of games just have an internal server. So, for example, on Minecraft, when you play single player, technically you're just a client connecting to a server, right? Even though you're single player. So what the game does is it just creates a local server that only you can access, and it connects you as a multiplayer client to that server, right? And so that's how Minecraft does it. And honestly, that's probably a better way of doing it. There's a lot of good reasons to do it that way. First off, when you're testing stuff, you know that if it's working on single player, then it works on multiplayer, because this technically is multiplayer, if that makes sense, right? So that's actually a really good way to test multiplayer. I didn't set it up like that on Starground because I was stupid and didn't know. And that's pretty much the only reason. So probably do it this way where everything has like a internal like server, even if it's not like, you know, absolutely necessary to do it this way. It's probably better. So I would recommend that way. Yeah, local server is definitely much more consistent. maybe one day I'll move Starground over to a system like that. You know, no idea if I actually will or not, but yeah, then the code is also a little bit more organized. But yeah, I would recommend doing that method. Maybe one day Starground will move over to that way, but it's hard to say because there's also other games I want to work on, and it's probably easier to do that from start than later on. Is your data stored in a JSON? Is it nested? Yeah, so it just depends on the data that's stored. So like, for example, the world data, I just have a variable that I just call like world data, and that's a dictionary. So it's basically just a big list of different keys, right? So we have like the tiles, and the tiles is an array like that, and that just has an array of coordinates of every tile. Same with like other things, like the time is in here, you know? So I have all this stored on the server, and then whenever clients need this info, I send this data over to the client here, right? So that's sort of how that's set up. Also, we got an ad starting in 1 minute. My apologies. I also want to see if this is working now. Let's see. Yeah, recently made a small prototype of the client server separation. Yeah, a bit hard to set up, but it was great afterward. Yeah, it's definitely nice. I mean, it's... Yeah, the initial setup is probably harder, but... Yeah, once it's set up, though, I bet it's pretty nice. No. No. Oh, wait. I think it's just get reset. I think the hand position gets set in here then or something. Okay, no, it doesn't. So why did that get reset? Let me just turn that off. Save it to -3 and then reopen the game. We'll try that. I like how there's a click when you start a save, yeah. Let me listen to that. There's a lot of weird little noises that play sometimes when you start the game. Just because like some things load in first before everything's visible, you know? What would the click be? I'm trying to think. Or yeah, I guess the click is the flashlight turning on. Because technically I think you start the game... You start at time 0, I think, so it does a flashlight click when it's loaded. Yeah. Or something like that. I don't know why. But that's my theory. Okay, there we go. Now this is set correctly. I just didn't, like, save the scene. Okay, ads are over, everybody. Sorry about that. Yeah, is it for Legends or Nerds? Yeah, I think, as MVG said, it just depends on how you use it. I think Godot can be a very powerful engine. But it's just kind of a matter of, like, you know, being knowledgeable enough to utilize it, right? But I think it's definitely, like, a totally... I mean, I've had a great time using it. It's definitely, like, a serious engine. You know, you can do some cool stuff with it. So, I would recommend at least taking a look at it if you're thinking about it, because I think it's pretty cool. You get some nasty guns going on here. Yeah. Look at this, it's just a little... I think it's funny when it's just one part like this. I'm curious to see what happens when, like, we have parts like this that now we don't have a barrel, right? Like, what's gonna happen with that? I don't know, we'll see. Just had to figure out how to make it work with Godot's multiplayer system mainly. Doesn't like having more than one multiplayer peer in the same scene trait by default. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I guess it wouldn't be too hard to like convert a game like Starground over to that server architecture, right? Because like I mean, if multiplayer is working, then technically I could just turn this server into nothing. I guess the trick is though is like running that internal server. Because I'd probably want to run it on a different like program than Godot, right? So I guess that's the difficulty with that. I don't know. Just have to separate client logic and server logic into two scenes. That's true, yeah. I don't know, but you'd want this stuff to be loaded in, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could just have it as two scenes, but then you have to have one that's like visible. I don't know. I'd have to it's probably not as complicated as I'm imagining in my head right now, but... also, this has 0 cooldown. Is that supposed to be like that? I don't think so. I should set, like, a base one to, or let's go items table. Let's see here. What was the thing that I deemed to add the cooldown? I think that was the main gun part, but I don't remember. Also, yeah, have I done web dev? I've done, like, goofy web dev. I haven't done, like, anything very serious, if I'm being honest. Okay, so the handle attachment lowers the cooldown, but that doesn't necessarily mean it defines the cooldown. So I think for that, I'm gonna set the initial cooldown in here, you know, so it's like, it has a base cooldown of 1 second. Yeah, I did the Jum page, yeah. Jumworks.com. I never actually finished this website. Maybe I will. This one's kind of funny, because it locks you in, so you have to watch it. And it slowly fades to black around it. Oh! Crazy sounds, I know. I muted it because it's loud probably on the stream. Yeah. Maybe I would. Let me out. Okay, there you go. Then you can go free. Big Boy Games business, guys. Yeah, it's kind of stupid. And then we also got like chipplays.com and stuff, the classic. So yeah, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you for the hydrate. There's me eating a cookie right here. The site uses cookies. Yeah. What do we got? Oh, it's just catching up on the... Yeah. No! I guess at one point my cookies got reset. I don't know what happened. Do you guys like the little Mr. Beast down here? What do you think about that? But yeah, it shows the time. Now guys, this is pretty high tech. It even adjusts for your local like time zone and stuff. Yeah. This is a really stupid website. I always think it's funny how if you zoom in or like you squish it, the fish gets squished. Like that. It's just kind of funny. But guys, look at this responsive web design. Look at this. Mobile friendly. Yeah. Oh yeah, let's go play FNAF 3. Earth. Which one's FNAF? Probably this one. I don't know. Anyways, yeah, I'm not actually gonna play it on stream, but yeah, it's a pretty epic website, I gotta say. And then I also made seasonrights.com. But yeah, it's kind of stupid. It's fun though to do stuff like that. As stupid as it is, I think that's the most fun kind of web development, of just making really stupid websites. I don't know. It's entertaining. Okay, let's go check this gun cooldown stuff. So this should just be going every 1 second. There we go. Is this your most complex game? Yeah, by far. I mean, my last game before this was not anywhere close to this, right? So this is by far the most complicated one I've done, I think. But yeah. But yeah, it's been good. I mean, I've learned a lot working on this game. That's why, like, I've purposely not tried to stray away from difficult things, right? Like, I know it's daunting, and I'd rather not have to struggle through it, but in the end, I'm going to learn a lot more. I mean, even with just something like this sprite creation, like dynamic sprite drawing like this, it's hard and weird and complicated, but once it works, it's actually really good, right? So, I don't know. It's really important to learn the difficult parts. I think that's also one of the reasons why I made this game multiplayer, because I've always wanted to do multiplayer. And so this was sort of like an excuse, you know, to like learn how. And yeah, it's hard and it sucks, but once you actually learn it though, I mean, it's kind of cool. Is game dev your career? Yeah, it is. That is what I do full time. So hopefully I can keep making more money. Not that the game hasn't made enough money or I'm like, I need I wish I made millions. I definitely do not make millions. Don't listen to the lies. I'm gonna zap that fish. He's gone. But yeah, it makes an okay amount. I mean, it's not anything insane. I'm definitely in the future like gonna have to figure out a way to make more money. But yeah, I make millions of projects and then $0. That's what happens. No, I mean, I've earned a bit of money from Starground. There's no way, dude. That's not gonna happen. 2028. 3 years away. I don't know, man. Isn't it crazy that 2030 is only 5 years away? As a kid, I'm like, dude, 2030 is like a million years away. God, then that means the year 2000 is gonna be 30 years ago. That's crazy. How do I market? In a lot of ways, honestly, marketing is a pain. That's probably the most time-consuming and annoying part of game development stuff, right? But one thing is, I do have a publisher, and that helps a lot with marketing. It doesn't mean that I get to completely stop marketing, you know, because I still have to market. But a lot of the ways that I'll do it, I haven't been doing very good recently, but I usually try and post on Blue Sky and stuff, just, you know, be like, hey, here's some stuff I'm working on, right? I did devlogs for a while on YouTube, and that was good. It's just, my issue with devlogs is how much time they take to create. Videos like this are really time-consuming, you know? It can take me days to work on one devlog, or I can spend those days and add in a million new things to the game, right? So it's like, I don't know. I don't know if I'd necessarily recommend doing devlogs because it's a lot of work unless, like, they're really popping off. I mean, definitely try it out, put up a couple devlogs and see, like, you know, if you're getting, like, 10K plus views, it's probably worth your time, but otherwise, I wouldn't bother. But yeah, one of the biggest things is honestly just take advantage of what Steam offers you. Next Fest is huge for getting your game out there. If you have a really solid vertical slice of your demo, then that's going to be great. So, is the 500k particles real? Yeah, so that was a program that Bowserinator made. But it is real. It was pretty cool. Or was that in this one, the 3D sand simulator? But yeah, this thing simulates a lot of particles. I think somewhere Bowserinator said like they've run it with 500,000 particles easily before or something. So I remember putting that in there. I don't remember exactly where that number came from, but was I just looking at it? I don't know. But yeah, it's true. I wouldn't like lie. But can I run 500,000? It probably wouldn't run super great, but it can do it, I guess. Yeah. But yeah, anyways, I'd try devlogs, but don't like, you know, try too hard because it's really time consuming. Yeah, 1 FPS maybe. I don't know. What is it complaining about here? Ranged is never used here. I guess you're right. Oh yeah, it's because I said both at the same time, so sure, let's just do that. Also, I don't even use the empty thing anymore, and we can get rid of all that. Okay. We're getting there. And I don't need... I might use knockback for guns. We'll see about that. Okay, so what's next here? Let's just make the guns actually work. So let's go down into tool action. And that's actually going to be down really in like our weapon process. I think it's process weapon or something. What is it called again? Yeah, process weapon. This is where I actually check for the attacking stuff. So this is melee stuff. I'm not going to worry about that. Or not melee stuff. You know, tool stuff. So this is sort of where it happens right here. If combo active. And this is just the normal what you use. I don't really want ranged weapons to do combo stuff, obviously, so I might have another variable that's like, oh, can combo. It's probably what I use for that. Yeah, here we go. So that's a selected tools 1. And I'm actually only going to do any of this stuff and sub-selected weapon is equal to 0. So that'll stop the combo stuff from happening with the ranged weapon, hopefully. We're making a game, but at some point the main focus isn't making the game. Yeah. Man. That's what a lot of like YouTubers and stuff do. They make the game, but you know, it's not really about the game at a certain point. It's about the videos. Okay, good. So now this will fire every 1 second. Obviously it's swinging, but we just have to change its behavior on tool action. So, should be pretty easy to do. Play the game? Well, yeah, it's open right here, so here it is. Does that audio sound weird to you guys? Something's up with my headphones, man. For some reason, like, loud sounds in my headphones are clipping. I don't know what's up. I'm gonna have to fix that. Okay, it is popping, so I'm not just crazy. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. It doesn't happen with the wood. I don't even know if it's like a thing, if it's... I don't know if it's my headphones or the game or what, so I'm gonna have to figure that out. Trying to become a game designer? Nice. What's the point of the game? This game is a kind of, I guess I'd best describe it as a sandbox game, but it's a couple different things. I'm gonna save this game really quick. Let me load and do like a different save though. Yeah, maybe Godot added a limiter. I mean, maybe. I don't think it's getting that loud, though. I can check in the audio bus to see what the actual volume is, because I'm pretty sure I have it set to, like, minus something. I don't know. But yeah, this game's a combo of automation and dungeoning. So you can go around and collect resources and build factories. This is just one example of what I got going on here. And then you can go into the dungeons and fight people. So you can run around in here. These are some new enemies that I was working on, and you can hit them. So yeah, something's definitely weird with the attacking. I think the weapon size or something is like set weird, so we have to look into that. But yeah, that's basically. Have I changed the spawn rate? Not with the enemies, no. I think it's just because there's a million guys. Or because it's this only one enemy that spawns, so it looks like there's a lot. That's probably what it is. Yeah, I gotta fix this range issue. 'Cause that's... Oh, for testing? No, I didn't mess with the spawn rate for enemies for testing. I usually just swap it out, like, which one I want. So... or if that's what you mean by spawn rate, then yeah. So hey, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Yeah, I just have it set so it just spawns in those guys right now. It's obviously not gonna just spawn those guys in, but just for testing. Okay, so really quick I want to take a look at the attack box, because for some reason it's not right. So I'm setting scale right here. To melee stats.height, so it should be okay. I think what I need to do is this. Thank you for the hydrate. Yeah, I won't forget to change it. There's still more enemies I want to add in, so we're not done with that yet. Now, I don't know why that has a maximum size. Oh, I guess that's choosing max. Oh, thank you for the posture check. Yeah, so I'm just trying to figure out like the slash effect seems to just be gone. I'm setting the slash scale to melee stats.height. My inkling is that melee height is in terms of tiles, and so I actually need to say times 16. I think that's the issue. So let's just go make sure on that, though. I'm pretty sure that's what's happening, though. Maybe not. I don't know. I mean, melee stats, what is it? I think if I pause the game... Then can I read melee stats? For some reason I'm in here now. Let's see. It doesn't tell me what that is. I wish I could, like, see it, you know? I mean, I guess I can click on the player and it'll probably tell me in here, right? Excuse me, guys. Well, here, let's just do this. Snack trays, continue the game. And I'll just select on the player. If it would let me. There we go. 1. And then it should have a list of our stats in here. Effect nodes, melee stats. So, weapon height is at 46. So, I don't know what's up with that, because that seems pretty normal. Weird. I don't know what's going on with that. 46 is normal. So melee stats.height. Wait, it just changed? Now height's 0? Oh, weapon height is not height. That's my issue. Let's go fix that. That's probably what's happening here. I've been trying to find streamers to find and watch and learn. Yeah, that's always a good way of learning. It's just kind of see, like, what people actually do, right? And it's just a really good way to, like, ask questions and stuff, right? So, yeah, I'd say that's a pretty good route to go. Where is it? Where do I set weapon height? I thought I did it in here. Oh, right here. There we go. Now we should be okay. Let me go back and load up a different thing. We'll see. It's guys are for asking questions. I appreciate it. Do I have any tips? Yeah, I think my biggest tip, boys, with game development is just make sure that you're enjoying yourself and having fun. Things kind of suck when it's not fun. It doesn't really matter how good you are at developing or anything like that. If you aren't having fun, then you're just going to have a bad time and you're probably going to make a bad game because of it, right? So work on a game that you really want to work on, right? Because I think that's the most important thing of all. It doesn't matter. I mean, of course it matters somewhat about, like, what the current state of the industry is or if there's current trends and stuff. But honestly, I wouldn't worry about that stuff. I think what's way more important than worrying about, like, industry stuff is just yourself, right? So I definitely recommend just focusing on something that will make you the happiest to work on, right? No, nothing other than the nodes. Yeah. And then other just tips about, like, programming and all that stuff. I definitely recommend learning about documentation because documentation is very important and it will make you a much better programmer if you can read documentation. Because of the documentation, I can easily touch up on things that I don't remember, right? So it's like if I'm confused about something or I'm like, you know, whatever, I can just go read up on it really quick. I can be like, I can't remember for the life of me what a vector 2 is. Now Godot actually has a nice thing where you can just hover over it and it gives you info about it. But you can just press Control, then left click, and it opens the documentation straight in Godot. So very, very nice. Being able to do that and just read through and understand how to read this, right? Like, it's really just a matter of learning these terms, like constructors and what are methods and what are properties, right? Properties are basically just numbers that are stored or different data that's stored in that class or object. Constructors are how you, like, create them. So you can just say vector 2, or you can say vector 2 from another vector 2 or from 2 values. And yeah, there's also vector 2, it's a 2-element structure, so you can kind of understand, like, what a vector 2 even is, right? And then there's all these, a million different functions you can do with them, and these are all really helpful for a lot of cases, so yeah. Try to play around. Godot's pretty forgiving engines, go ham with trying stuff out. Yeah, I definitely recommend that. Just, like, experiment. That's really what the first, like, week of learning, I think, is all about, is just not trying to do it the right way, but just trying to learn any way of doing something. Just mess around and explore, right? And then once you've kind of gotten a little bit more familiar with, like, how the UI works and stuff, then you can start actually planning something out and creating something serious. But yeah, that's sort of what I did when I started picking up Godot. I made this tiny little game that I never finished, but it was good experience for just practicing and of, like, how to do it, right? Let's see, where is the tool action? Here it is. Games I've made. So yeah, I've made a lot of games. I haven't released most of them. One game that I have released, or the game before Starground, was Pogo Rocket. And this is basically a sort of a platformer game. Basically, it's you're like this little spaceship and you jump around. This game was fine. I made this in GameMaker, and I had a lot of trouble with the engine, if I'm being honest. Of course, a lot of that was just my own fault, but it was hard to develop this game because I tried to try new things and make a level editor and stuff like that, but I started to realize just how sucky it is to do that stuff with GameMaker. If I made this in Godot, I think that would have been a way easier experience, but yeah. And then we've got Starground up on Steam. That's the other one. But yeah. And I've made plenty of other games other than those. I've made a lot of games in GameMaker and like one or maybe like 3-ish games in Godot other than Starground. I did a couple jams on Itch. Pizza Pit was one that we did, but it's like an incremental game jam. And this was pretty fun little game. Maybe one of these days I'll take another look at it and like remaster it, but I don't know why it's not loading. Okay, there we go. I earned that many coins. But yeah. This is fun to work on though. It's just a really basic little, clicker game. You can upgrade your parts and stuff. But yeah, it was fun, and it was fun to do for sure. I would love to continue working on this and actually make it a more serious idle game, but maybe one day. Yeah, the Ace Chef, there he is. How do I make the sprites and the characters? Wait, hold on. Yeah, great point. First you need to learn how to crawl before you learn how to walk. Yeah, right. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about like doing it the right way first off. Oven looks familiar. Yeah, I wonder where that's in now. I wonder what happened to that oven, yeah. But yeah, for drawing, what I use, which I would not recommend, is paint.net. I use this because I'm so used to it, and I've been using it for basically my entire life. Ever since I started making Roblox skins back in like 2008 or something. I started as a very young child. Yeah. Yeah, I literally started, I think, when I was like 5. Just drawing Roblox skins. And I was dumb. I didn't know how transparency worked, so because I didn't know JPEGs didn't support transparency. So I just exported everything as a JPEG, and I just gave my skins gloves, because I was like, I don't know how to make a transparent skin. It was kind of funny. Yeah, I never made any Robux, but it was fun, though. I enjoyed doing it. So, but yeah. Yeah, any other thoughts on the Godot versus GameMaker stuff? Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get the wrong idea about GameMaker out. Or like GameMaker is fine if you are having a good time with GameMaker, right? There's nothing wrong with that. If GameMaker is going really well for you and you enjoy using GameMaker, then that's all good, right? There's no issue with that necessarily. I just personally struggled a lot with it because it's kind of a very limiting engine in a lot of ways. GameMaker kind of really restricts you and holds your hands in some areas, and then other areas you're just on your own. And so what I found a lot with this was just like trying to figure out how to do things. There wasn't like, the documentation is fine and all, but there's a lot that's kind of lacking, I feel like. So I don't know, I just struggled a lot with it, and like doing multiplayer or anything like that is an absolute nightmare with GameMaker. It's possible, and if you have a good time with it and you're enjoying it, then go ahead, right? There's nothing wrong with that. But I just enjoy GameMaker or Godot so much more. I think it definitely has like way more functionality, I feel like, than GameMaker ever had when I was using it. The engine runs better, it's faster. I just basically, my every experience with everything in Godot has been better than GameMaker. So I've had a much better time with it. I like that there's a lot of like useful things. Like if you want to do movement, you just say like move and slide. There's like actual physics systems in Godot. In GameMaker, it was like, there kind of is, but they run really bad and they don't take into account delta time and stuff like that. And so it's just a nightmare to try to get anything working. I think GameMaker is fine for a very small game, or maybe even an RPG type of game like Undertale. It's fine, I guess, but I wouldn't use it for anything more complicated than that. It also doesn't really do 3D very well, which Godot can do 3D, so... but yeah, let me make sure I didn't miss anything in here. So yeah, what do I recommend? I would recommend for drawing stuff, use Asprite. Asprite is pretty good for pixel art stuff. I think you can get it for like $20, but you can also get it for free if you compile it yourself. So that's another option too. I think there is also like some offshoots of Asprite that are actually free or something. You'll just have to look around. I can't remember what it's called, but yeah. Have I made a 3D game? Yeah, I've messed around with 3D a little bit, not nearly as much as 2D. I've done a VR game, which was for school, so it was less of a game, more of just a program, I guess. But you know, I did do that. And I've messed around with a lot of just random other little 3D projects. I haven't ever like released them, or even a lot of it I haven't even streamed, but it was just fun to experiment with though, right? Also, we have an ad starting in a minute. I apologize, everybody. Yeah, and if you did, how did you make the sprites? So sprites in 3D, you have to model things, and for all the 3D stuff, I have to use Blender, right? So that's what I did. I also messed around with a 3D game, Bounding Main, in Unity, and there are actually some devlogs about that on the YouTube channel. But yeah, I think that project is done for though. Maybe one day far in the future we'll work on it again, but I don't know. I could try and find one of those projects. I think I have one on Godot here. It wasn't really anything super special. It was just me testing like grass and terrain and stuff. Whatever that one was called. These ones are missing. Which one was it? I drop timer. Wasn't the rat game. Was it this one? I can't remember which one it was. I think it was this. This might break some stuff. It's going from 4.2 to 4.4. We'll see though. Let's see. I think this is it. No errors. The tile map is... Is this the one? No, this is not it. This is a different one. I made this project as a tutorial video I was going to do, but then I never did it. What was the one? Maybe it was HDR test? I can't remember. I did a 3D, like, scene in Godot. So yeah, don't worry about this one. Let's just open a new... Or here, just close. No. Quit? Is that what I want to do? I guess. What is it called? I can't remember. I'll keep looking. Yeah, also ads are over. Sorry everybody about that. Done more in 3D than 2D. Yeah. They both have their pros and cons for like what's easy and hard. One thing nice about 3D is animation is pretty easy to do. And that's just because you don't have to like redraw a million sprites, right? I mean, maybe it was this one. HDR for 2D. I don't think it was that one, though. I honestly don't know. I'm pretty sure it was in here. But it's not that one. It's not those ones. It's not that one. It's not that one. It's not Spooky Resources. It's not the cowboy game. I must have loaded it up in a different engine is my assumption. Or like a different build of the engine. Probably on the Steam version. So I'm gonna see if I can see it in my directory, right? It's probably in here. I don't know what it would be called. Oh yeah, there's also the Big Mode Jam and stuff. So there are projects I have in here for Godot that are not, you know, here. Let's just go through and try and find it. I can't remember what it was called, though. It's somewhere in here. Because you're seeing all of my things. Starground mod. It's not that one. Now I want to find it, you know. I called it like, something. It was like terrain test, or I don't know. The cowboy game. I can open that up in 1 second. These are all just other games. Godot shaders. Oh yeah, the GTA Jam. 5 Nights Great full Steam. I don't know. I don't know if I'm actually seeing it in here. So yeah, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, I honestly don't know what happened to it. I mean, I know that I did it. Like, I'm not just lying. But I don't know where it is, honestly. Oh well. But we can load up the cowboy game. I do worry about loading that game now, because it might actually break stuff. But we'll see. Time traveling cowboy. Wonder who that's from? I don't even know. Is that from something? Because I don't think I meant to. Okay, let's just restart real quick. Alexa, lights on. Or not lights. Alexa, fan on. Okay. This is the cowboy game. I never finished it. Oh, the FNAF project? Oh, yeah. I don't know. I think that was not a game, or not a Godot project. It's like, I was playing the FNAF Real Time, I think is what that's from, or something. Oh, wait, no, that's... no, that's yours. I forgot about that one. Yeah. Never mind. No, yeah, there's... I thought... Did I see 2 FNAFs? No, it's just that one. Yeah, my bad. I forgot, I'm gonna be honest. But this is this game. This game is kind of rough. Also, that's really slow for some reason. But yeah, I never finished this game. Why is everything so slow? I don't know what's up with that. Also, I can't seem to move. Oh, moving is spacebar. Yeah, I actually don't know why everything is so slow. Oops, I pressed R. Huh. Shader compiling? Yeah. I don't think I even use many shaders, though. It is throwing errors. So what is it saying? No animation. I don't think that's it. Yeah, I don't know why it's so slow. Anyways, I just lost. Okay, but yeah, you get the idea. I don't know what's up with that, though. That's kind of weird. Huh. I don't know. But yeah, that's that game. Anyways, I never really finished it. It was just sort of testing Godot, so it was never really like serious, right? But yeah, don't know if I'll ever really finish it or not. Probably not, but maybe one day. We'll see. Okay, I'm going to comment all this out. Or I'm actually just going to say if weapon sub-selected weapon is 0, then we're going to do this stuff. And then we'll figure out which parts of this needs to be moved up here. Like that needs to be moved up. I'm not going to do this weapon controller or swing forward stuff. Slash, we're not going to do that, right? Yeah, and I'm probably not going to do many of these. I'm not going to do like camera position shaking stuff. Attacking, I might add a new sound for that. Recharge will be false. So just move that up there. Then is authority, that's getting the attack direction and the attack box. So I don't do any of that either. Okay. So then here I'm just going to say else. Pass. Yeah, I'm probably not going to be making a new game right now, or at least for a while. But maybe one day. Okay, so that's all the melee stuff. Then we're gonna have down here the range stuff. So for the ranged weapon attacking, I still need to think about how I want to handle like the recoil and stuff like that. I do want to let's see here. Maybe I don't necessarily set the, that's probably what I'll do. Well, let's just first get the projectile stuff working. So we're gonna say load res scenes projectile. It's called enemy projectile, so I might have to change that. It's not necessarily an enemy projectile, right? I'll just say var friendly is false by default. Yeah, this one has a target. I don't necessarily need to set a target, I don't think. I think I can just do, like, position. Well, I guess I'll give it a target. It doesn't really matter. Back, but do you want to do the challenge? What challenge? Then we got lifespan there. So that's going to be sort of the range, I guess. I'm going to have to figure some of this stuff out. Now here, if body is player, or if body is not entity. So what I want to say with that one, if it's friendly, I want it to do damage to the enemy. Otherwise, it'll do to the player. Okay, if body is not entity, then if body is player, I'll just say if friendly. If body is player, do that stuff. Otherwise, if body is entity, else do that. So on this one, we'll say body take damage and Q free. All right, so that should work theoretically. We'll see. So hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Big game, I give an idea. Let's see if I have plenty of time. Probably not going to be making another game right now, as I already said. I'm a little bit locked in with Starground, but you know, you're always welcome to throw out ideas if you want. Okay, subselect weapon is 0. So this is going to be var projectile is that. Dot instantiate. And then we're going to say projectile.target is going to be our, let's see, the rotation of our weapon. So we're going to say weapon, whatever it is. Let's go take a look. Our ranged weapon dot global rotation. So the target is going to be our range stats, right? So it'll be vector 2, distance of range stats 0 dot rotated to the rotation of the ranged weapon. And then we're going to multiply that by, or it's just going to be range stats dot range. And I think that'll work. And then the last thing we're just going to say is add child projectile. Now, for creating a projectile, I think we only want to do this on the server. So if is server, then we create it there. And then we're also going to say get parent.addChild. Okay, well this should theoretically shoot projectiles now. It's going to be weird. Also I have to say friendly is true. Projectile.friendly is true. Otherwise it's just going to hit myself and then I'll die instantly. So let's see if this works. And then after this works, we can get like the animation going and stuff. Also one thing I completely missed, which is a big problem, is that to say projectile.global position is equal to global position. So let's give that a try. What am I doing? I am currently implementing the logic for shooting projectiles out of the gun right now. So just sort of getting all that set up. So it is hurting me. I think it's because I need to restart the game because I don't think the friendly thing is set yet. Because it should set, yeah, projectile to friendly. And then if friendly, it should not do it anymore. Because if friendly, check the... Oh. I need to do that. So if it's friendly, we only want to do damage to other ones. So if body is entity, right? Otherwise, if the body is the player, go ahead and do damage to there. Otherwise, if body is not an entity, so it's like a wall or something, it'll clear up. How many lines of code of it? For the melee weapon stuff, it's... Or for the ranged weapon stuff, I don't know exactly how many, but it's a very integrated system, so it's hard to say. I'd definitely say at least a couple hundred, though, for just the melee, or just for just the range stuff. If you're talking about how many lines of code are in the entire game, though, that is, that's a lot. There's a lot. I think just in the player alone, there's, like, well over 1,000. I honestly don't even know how many there are, but yeah, it's quite a few. That's just what tends to happen with game development. It's interesting because I've probably also decreased the number of lines a lot. Definitely more than 5. A lot more than 5. If I could make this whole game in 5 lines of code, that's pretty impressive. Alright, let's see. Okay, it's still hurting me for some reason. Don't know what's going on with that. Let's go look back at that and why that's happening. Because if friendly, which is true, then it should run this logic then, right? So it's going to say if body is entity. Oh, and I had to say and body is not player. Duh. Welcome back, MBG. Okay, well that does work. I don't think I set speed. I think that's why it's just not moving. I thought they had a default speed, but maybe they don't. So what is going on here? Because, let's see, in process, it's going to go toward the target. So frame distance is that, full distance is that. Yeah, it should be working. Yeah, target is a vector 2. So that should be okay. Let's see. Load the projectile, I'm setting the target. So that's set to range stats.range. And rotated to the global rotation. Friendly's true. So I'm not sure why it just doesn't seem to move at all. Just out of curiosity, I'm just going to increase the range a bunch. It could be because the range is in terms of tiles. That's probably what it is. Well, no. It's still just staying in place. So I'm not sure what's going on there. I mean, speed is set to 1 by default, so it should be fine. So direction. Oh, direction. Oh. I'm doing it wrong. I don't actually have to set a target, I realized, for this. Unless it's one where it, does like a poison cloud. Oh, I think it's just Dur. Yeah, player script is 1995. Yeah, that's quite a few. There we go. Check it out. We're shooting projectiles out of our gun. I don't know, like, what the speed of the projectile is going to be. Maybe that's even a stat that can change. I just don't know yet. Let's see if we can kill guys. Let's go. I do have to set the projectile damage. So let's go into that. Also, can I just hold down? Yeah, I can. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So let's see. Projectiles being created. That's all good. Direction and stuff is fine. I'm pretty sure it should be setting the damage, but just to make sure, I'm going to say projectile dot damage is equal to range stats, not damage. I think that has the damage thing. Yeah. Multiplayer said it was 1402 lines. Yeah. It's crazy that the player is like the longest script. Yeah, I know. It's a nightmare sometimes. Once we get to a spot where we're not adding in so much stuff, I'm probably going to spend more time to actually go back and clean things up and make the code better, but it works, so, you know. I already did add boats actually into the game, so we've got that already. They are right here. I'm on a boat. It's fun to go fishing this way. Just shoot the fish. Pretty epic, guys. Okay. Well, this is working. I'm probably gonna way decrease the cooldown. I mean, it just depends, because, like, this gun is gonna be, like a poison cloud kind of thing. It probably would be good to have, like, just a very basic kind of, central gun part. So maybe I'm gonna look into that, see if I can do that. Games become really American. Yeah, with the guns and oil and stuff. Man. Gun fishing, yeah. Okay, so... yeah, it probably would be good to just add, like, a basic receiver in here or something, you know, instead of, I kind of feel like I want, like, a machine gun or something, right? Just to see what it's like. I don't know. Guns, oil, capitalism, colonization. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it is pretty American, huh? How do you know what everything does? Really, that just comes from experience of just programming and reading documentation, right? So, yeah, that's really where all that knowledge stems from, right? Feel sick. This is working. I need to create some like sprites for these things. So I do want like a bullet sprite. And yeah, I did make the game, so that helps. Let's see. Documentation, you can find it online, or you can just control-click in Godot. So, those are your options. Okay, bullet. Trying to think here how I want to do the bullet. I kind of want it more curved than that, though. Something about like that. And this is just going to be for, not for all the parts. I mean, most of the parts aren't going to be like a gun. This is just for, I don't know, I think I might add in like a regular gun part. Just for the people that want it. Enjoy reading the docs on my phone sometimes. Yeah. I also do that occasionally. Especially when I like have some kind of revelation or I'm like trying to solve a problem. It's nice to be able to read it on my phone. How do I want to do this? Do I want to do like that? I guess this bullet doesn't have to be very fancy. That's probably good enough, honestly. Now I have to make it so the bullet doesn't like spin around, or the projectile. I think I have some kind of spin check. No, I don't. So I'm just gonna say var rotate is true. And then if rotate, do that. Otherwise I can set the initial rotation. Like a gas launcher. That's basically what this green skull one's gonna be. It's gonna be like shooting poison clouds. So, but I do want to design. So I want to design one that's a little like just a regular gun part. Let's see what we can do here. I know that Max did like. I mean, these are weird because they have like a. They like are a receiver at the same time. I don't know. Those are all grips. Really, it would just be one of these things, right? These are all cool. I like it being like wacky elemental things. I say we go ahead and just do, I don't know, just a gun receiver, I guess. I don't know how big it would be. Probably just about the size of this, but maybe a little bit wider, because that one's 10 tall. Maybe we do 12 wide. We'll just have to see what we want. And I don't know what I mean, I do know what a gun receiver looks like, but like, I guess what kind do we want to do, right? Like a bolt action. Or do we want to do like a revolver? I don't know. I'm conflicted. We could do like a revolver. What do you guys think? Because I know Max wanted that. Yeah, I could mess around with revolver design. I better look at a reference though. What's the big boy gem do? I don't know. Okay, it does like a weakening effect, I guess. So it does like nerf shots. So, they'll receive twice as much damage. Yeah, I think that info is deep-seated. Okay, so it'll look something like this. Just use this as a reference. So, let's see here. Yeah, I guess it's gonna have like the little trigger thing back here. I need to figure out how I can do that. Because it's got to go like that. Guess that'll kind of work. And don't really know what I want to do down here. We'll see. I'm just sort of messing around right now until I can figure out what I want this to look like. And this will probably be like that. And this will also be like that. Yeah, I don't know what's going on in the front yet. It's tricky because I have to like think about how I want these parts to integrate with each other. And until I have like a revolver, I don't know, I'm just gonna make it and then figure out what I want to do, right? It's also tricky because like the sight has to go down onto it, so I'm not sure how that's gonna work right now. I don't know. That's all stuff we're gonna have to figure out. And I guess that's gonna have like a... I don't even know. Maybe we mess with that. See how that looks in game first. And also maybe up here I'll do like that. Or something like that. I think that looks good. The Wiggy Gems look kind of yummy. Yeah, it's basically, I think, supposed to be like a reference to the the prismatic shard in Stardew. Because it's the same thing. Yeah. That's kind of funny. Maybe I will do that as a reference. Okay. We'll see how this looks. Again, I don't know exactly how I want to, like, design this part, I guess. But let's just see. I'll load it into the game. What do I even want to call this one? I want it to be like some kind of cowboy name, right? It'd be funny to have a Discord integration, like, for every member in our server. Oh yeah, plus 0.1 damage. That'd be kind of fun, actually. Just completely break the part, make it super OP if a bunch of people join. Yeah. Maybe. I'd have to figure out how to do that, though. Because then it, like, would know what the stat is on single player. I guess it could just have a default stat, you know? But that'd be cool, though. What's, like, a word for, like, a cowboy? Cowboy names. Well, this is just gonna be, like... Yeah. Corbin. Colt. Like... Not like a person's name, I guess. Some cowboy-related, like, phrase or something, right? Because all these are called, like, things, right? So this is, like, I don't know, the coconut, base salt, and the treble maker, and, you know what I mean? The season's right. The Ilbis trigger. So I want it to be something kind of like that, where it's like a... The revolver. Right? The yeehaw. Yeah, maybe. It's always hard to come up with names for this kind of stuff. That's a cool handle. Am I gonna get like banned on Twitch for looking at guns? Hopefully not. I know I'm also bad at names. It's super hard to come up with ideas. So you're American. It's an issue, yeah. Yeah. Man, what would I call it? The Magnum, yeah. I guess I could call it the Magnum, but that's kind of basic, yeah. The Magnum. The Bang Bang? I don't know. Words for revolver. Pistol. Handgun. Six gun. Six gun's a weird name. I don't think I've ever heard of the term six gun. That's kind of cool, I guess. What a cowboy name is revolver. Yeah. Old Betsy. Lucille. Maybe we'll call it that. John Revolver. Yeah. John Magnum. That could be kind of funny. What is a Magnum? I mean, that is just a Magnum gun. I mean, that's just a... Is it just the same name for a Magnum cartridge? I guess it's because Magnum is a brand. This is also something I have to be careful about, because if I say Magnum and that's a brand, then that's like, you know, copyright. What is a Magnum? Yeah, it's a trademark, so I can't use it. I had to be careful about that. Spanish call it Chumbo. That's an epic name, actually. Maybe I'll just call it Chumbo. Chumbo. Lead. Interesting. Yeah, revolver. I don't know. It's always so hard to come up with like cool names like that. Dylan's way better at it than I am. I don't know. I kind of like the word Chumbo. That's a cool name. Yeah. It just means like lead, you know? But it's like, it's a word that's like, it is Portuguese, but it also sounds like it could just be an English word. You know what I mean? I don't know. Strange, the writers are better at coming up with the words than the devs. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. Sure, let's call it Chumbo. I notice a lot of these have like the, right? Where it's the coconut, the Elvis trigger, the season rights. So we could call this the Chumbo. Now you don't have to translate it. Also, I feel like this needs like a... No. Looks terrible. Maybe. Actually, wait. Maybe that's okay. No. 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 Yeah, we'll call it the Chumbo. That's the name. Alright, then we got the bullets. So I'm just gonna name this as... Bullet. I need more bullets. You know that guy? Okay. El Chumbo sounds absolutely great in Spanish. Oh yeah. It's pretty epic. All right. So let's add that in. Let's go to the items table. The Chumbo. Ranged. Does it show up now? Let's go. So yeah, on this one I want it to be like relatively fast. I'm probably gonna set like a pretty low cooldown, but then damage is small. Because it's not gonna do a bunch of damage. I'll say anything for the follow. Now do I want to do... I'm trying to think. How I want to like have this data stored, because there's different stats and stuff that need to be changed. For example, like what's the sprite of the projectile and stuff like that, right? So I'm probably just gonna have a thing that's like projectile info or something. And so that's gonna have stuff like a sprite that's gonna say rotate is false, you know. And that's gonna be load. Load res sprites bullet. And then also like the size and stuff, right? Which I guess I can just do as the size of the sprite. That's probably what I'll do. But yeah, I think that'll work. And there's probably more that I'm gonna have to do with that, like speed and all that business. So we'll get around to that, but I think it's fine for now. Anyways, back to the player. So we're gonna grab all these things. We're gonna grab direction, damage, but now we're also gonna say projectile dot. Do I just call it sprite? What do I call it? Sprite override is equal to, and then we're just gonna grab the info. So we're gonna get, how do we want to do this? Actually, I guess we'll just do this inside of our range stats, right? That's probably gonna be the best place to put it. So I'm just gonna say projectile info. It's gonna be an empty dictionary, like that. Then down in set weapon, that's where we'll go ahead and do that, right? So down in here, just gonna say if part is 1. If part... I'll just say if... We'll do this. You're leaving? Alright, sounds good. Thanks for popping in the stream. Appreciate it. I guess I'll say if it is the slot. So if I is equal to... what index? 3, 4. Then we're gonna say, range stats dot projectile info is equal to item data dot get projectile info. And then I guess we'll just have a default for that. Okay. So that should work. And then, yeah, let's go back to the player. Back to our tool action function. Wherever the heck that is. Okay. Then down in here with this, now we can go ahead and say projectile.sprite override is equal to range stats dot projectile info dot get sprite, and by default I'm just going to set that to the bullet sprite. So res scenes or res sprites bullet. Like that. Oops, did I say bullet.scene? There we go. Okay, so that should work. That'll set that thing. Then I'm also going to say projectile.rotate is equal to range stats dot projectile info dot get rotate, and by default it'll be true. All right. So hopefully that'll work now. We're also going to have some other things in there, like the sound it plays and all that business, right? So, yeah. So what do I want to do here now? I mean, that should be working with that. It's going to be a little broken on the other one, but I guess that's good to test the defaults anyways if there's no projectile info, just in case someone misses it or something. Okay. And I also want to go ahead and set like a size on this, so because we set it down here to radius, I'm just gonna say radius is equal to set or to auto radius or whatever. I don't know, how would I want to do that? I guess I'll just manually set the radius. So back in a player, I'm just going to grab the sprite, because we got that. Also, if that's loading it, I think this has to be a... That's a string. So I'm actually going to do this. And then all I'm going to say in here is getting the size of it. So I'm going to say stats projectile info dot get sprite. Oh yeah, and also that's going to be passed in as a I'll have to think about how I want to do that, because that's getting passed in as a loaded sprite, right? The reason why I don't do like that is because I have to sync the like scene or the path for multiplayer. I can't sync the actual resource because it'll be too slow, too big, too much data. Welcome back, Oshik. Yeah, I went with the Chumbo for the name because I think it's epic. It sounds pretty cool. So, why not? And I feel like it's a very, I don't know. I don't know where revolvers were invented, but in my head, I think of cowboys. And I think of like, I don't know, Spanish-speaking countries. Argentina, they've got like the cowboys down there, and Mexico. So I think it kind of works. I think it's cool. Let's see. I'm trying to think what I want to do here. So I am getting the sprite. I guess I'll just go ahead and load it. Just say. That probably sounds like really racist, but it's not racist. It's just, I don't know. Is it racist to associate people with cowboys? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe it is. I don't know. Okay, get the sprite. Then what I'm going to do here is I'm going to load the sprite, the path of the sprite, with the default, of course. And then I'm gonna say, let's see, projectile dot radius is that dot get height. Yeah. I think the only thing that matters with a projectile is its height, because the horizontal doesn't matter, so. Our guaches over here. Yeah, just pretty much cowboy, but with more clothes on, eating more meat, yeah. You can still see guachas nowadays that probably are carrying around a chumbo. Let's go. Nice. Alright, let's freaking try this out, guys. I don't know if this is gonna look good or what with the new part. I'm gonna save the game really quick, though. Let's restart. Gaucho, is that how you're supposed to say it? Not guacho? Probably. Well, chumbo is in the Spanish word for revolver, or the Portuguese word for revolver. But I guess it also just means lead and bullet. I guess it's all, there's different meanings for it. Because there's all these different meanings for the word, right? I guess it's also a vulgar term. So I don't know if it, I don't know. Is that okay? But yeah, it's just a gun. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe maybe it's a vulgar term if you use it in that sense, but not if. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Let's try this new part out. I'm gonna give it to me. Okay, it definitely looks a little jank. We just have to adjust the sprite. So we'll do that. But let's try firing, I guess. Okay, the bullets are rotating for some reason. I'm not sure why. I set rotate to false. So let's go figure that out. It is true if rotate. Otherwise, don't do it. Let's go look in the player. I say rotate is equal to projectile info rotate. Unless it's not setting projectile info. Let's see what it is. Projectile info. It's weird that it's so bright out right now. Now that daylight's happened, it's like I'm expecting it to be dark, but it's not. Want to add noise? Oh yeah, we're gonna add noises and stuff for sure. Yeah, it does have the info there. The sprite and the rotate status. So I wonder why it's not actually working. Because you can see it's obviously just rotating around, flailing. So why is that? We load that, we set the direction, that's all working. And then we say projectile.rotate is range stats.projectile info. Projectile info.get rotate. I'm not sure what's up with that. Really blows your ears off, yeah. I'll just make it super loud and it'll peak. Why does this not work? I mean, am I doing anything wrong here? By default it's true, which is fine, but then in items table, it's printing out that rotate is false, right? I'm getting rotate. I'm not sure what the issue is. Yeah, and then add like the ear ringing, yeah. That'd be awesome. Projectile.rotate. I mean, unless there's something going on, like I messed it up. Maybe I did. But I just say if rotate. Okay, it did throw an error down here. Okay, no, that's just that stuff. I'm not sure what's wrong then. Because I say don't rotate unless rotate is true. Right? If rotate. It's true by default, but then I'll override it. Unless somehow process is being ran before ready, but that shouldn't happen. If rotate, then rotation plus equals. Guys, I'm a little confused. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Projectile.rotate, right? I mean, that's the one. Is range stats dot projectile info dot get rotate. I'm just gonna print what that is just to make sure. Oh, rotate's a callable? Okay. I'll change that to can rotate then. That's probably why it's not working then. Let's give that a try. It still didn't change anything. Actually, I need to restart it because yeah. I'm gonna go take a shower, be back in a second. Sounds good? Alright, this should work then. I changed it, didn't I? Oh, inside of the... Yeah, I'll go change that. But also, it's because I changed the name of the variable, I have to restart the game anyways, so... Okay, let's go fix that then. If can rotate. Alright. I'm also going to close all these other scenes because it's starting to get slow. Close other tabs. Close other tabs. Alright. Let's try this out. Boom. Okay. So, let's see. Okay, it's still rotating. I'm angry. I don't know what I did wrong again. I say projectile.can rotate, right? Am I stupid? Am I crazy? Can rotate by default is true, but then over here I set it to false, then I say if can rotate. Is it wrong in the items table? Because right here I say rotate is false. So what am I doing wrong? Is can rotate also a thing? Rotate does exist. Rotate. Then in the items table right here, rotate. So I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna print it out just to make sure. Because I mean, maybe for some reason it's like not getting it. I don't know why. What? Okay, so it is printing true, but that doesn't make any sense because you can see what the dictionary contains right here. It clearly contains rotate. And so I say, okay, get rotate. And it doesn't work? Am I crazy right now? What am I doing wrong here? I didn't misspell it. I'm pretty sure projectile info is correct. Projectile info. It's the same, like, because I can search it here and then say match case, sure. Right there, projectile info. Ah! It's one lowercase p that ruined everything. Okay. We're good. I figured it out. Yeah, it's always frustrating. Well, we should be good now. Oh, it's not going to reset until I... There we go. Okay, now I can just set the rotation of the bullet and we're pretty much good to go. So yeah, it's just going to be this. It's just going to be projectile dot rotation is equal to projectile dot dir dot to angle, I believe. Let's try that out. Maybe it's not to angle. What is it called again? Oh, just angle. There we go. Okay. What a nightmare. And then also, it's obviously not respecting my range stat. So we have to figure that out. I think it's because what's happening is it's just setting the speed to the range, which is not what's supposed to happen, actually. I need to set the lifespan to the range, or like a factor of the speed and the range, right? So let's go back into here. For this, I'm going to go ahead and say, instead of range, I'm just going to set that to 2. So it'll move 2 every frame. Okay. Projectile dot rotation. So for lifespan, that's essentially what I want to set. I'm going to say projectile dot lifespan is equal to the speed, which is 2. So let's see. If our range is 1, our speed is 2, then we're going to get range stats dot range divided by 2. And I will go ahead and multiply range by 16 because tiles are different. So let's see. And I have to reset it. So range should be 1 tile, which of course that doesn't work. Maybe it's because I'm not setting lifespan correctly. Let me go check. No, lifespan is just set to 2 by default. So, what's wrong here then? Okay, our range is, let's say our range is 1. Right? So, 1 times 16 is 16 divided by 2, which is 8 seconds. That's not right at all. So how do I want to do this? It's going to speed per frame. That's the issue. I have to say that times delta, I think. So, like, it'll actually be 16 divided by 0.01 or something. Or no, that's not right. Let's see. No, that should be fine. So it's going to move 2 units over the course of... Hold on, let me go look at this again. Direction, which is just going to be 1. Oh, times speed. Okay, let's just set direction to 1. So it's just going to be vector 2 dot right. And then we're going to say projectile dot speed is 2. And that's probably what we need to do. And then we say the range divided by the speed. We'll see if that works. Okay, it's still not working, but we'll figure it out. So yeah, I forgot the projectile spawns at the location of... I need to say on here instead of global position. we have to say hand toggle position. Let's keep trying to figure this out then. I don't know why I can't figure out this calculation. Maybe I don't multiply by 16. I know that seems bad, but... well, that's still going way too far. So we're standing here, it's going all the way over there, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 tiles? So why is it moving so far? So I think for the follow. I mean, I'm calculating this right? Lifespan is just the number of seconds it should be around for, right? I mean, I don't have anything weird in here. Lifespan's by default set to 2. So lifespan being the range. Let's just go make sure I know what the range is, I guess. Let's see, I'm going to stop printing that. I'm just going to print range stats. So range is 1. So in here, I'm essentially doing 1 divided by 2, which is half a second of lifespan. So that should work, but it's definitely lasting longer than half a second, I feel like. Right? Or am I just crazy? Maybe that is half a second. But why is it moving so fast? That seems a little weird. Because what it should be doing is this. Direction. It's saying direction times speed time... okay, I'm just randomly multiplying it by 240. Well, that would be why. Duh. Then I'll just set the speed to that times 240 by default. Or something. Okay, well that's probably the issue. Now it just doesn't like move at all. But that is accurate now, so now inside of player I can go ahead and say range times 16 divided by 2, which is 1 tile over the course of its speed. Right? So it should move 1 tile over. Our projectile is just way too slow, but that's fine, we can fix that. So it moves there and then it goes away. Okay, good. So let's just way increase that speed. Basically, that's the number of pixels per second, right? So in 1 second, if I set that to 16, it should move a tile. Yeah. So I want that to be maybe like 64 or something. That might be good enough. No, that's a little bit too slow. Let's go 256. It's gotta be pretty quick. Alright, well, that is working. Our range is only 1, so our range is terrible. But if we add on a scope, our range does increase. Now, obviously, we're gonna modify those values, because range being at 1 is stupid. But it is working. I do have to make sure the other projectiles don't get super slow, but yeah. And it should be attacking this guy. We'll check that. He doesn't seem to be taking it. Alright. Anyway, sorry for the ads. They're over now. Okay. So, anyways, I guess we're good to go here. Let's increase the range now, because it's terrible. I'd say, like, by default, we probably want the pistol barrel to go, like, oh, I don't know. And, eight tiles out or something. Not, like, super far, but far enough to where it's not stupid. And we're going to mess with the recoil stuff in a minute. Cooldown being 0.5 feels fine for that. Okay, and then, yeah, what else do we need to do here? Obviously, we need sounds and the recoil and all that business, so we will do that. I'll have to figure out sort of how recoil works. Here, let's just load up our autosave. All right. There we go. So yeah, with the scope, that's our range, which is pretty good. I don't want the range to be insane. Unless you have parts that make the range insane, right? So this is like, I feel like a pretty okay range. I mean, we'll experiment with it. This is just the pistol, obviously, so it's not going to be super long range. So yeah, we'll see. I don't know yet how I feel about the bullet being slow like this. For some projectiles, obviously they will be. I think the thing is just... we just need to make the gun have recoil and make a sound and stuff, and that'll help a lot, I'm sure. Let's also make it so it hits this guy. Because it's not right now. Let's see, training dummy. So he does have take damage. Is he... okay, he's buildable. I guess I need to check all those other things. Like, beach ball. Or... what is it? Poppable? Let's just go look at the beach ball. Bounceable. So bounceable, I do want them to be hittable, right? Yes, we're gonna do that. So back into our projectile. So basically, if it's an entity and it's not a player, attack it. That's if it's friendly. So the training dummy has the take damage function. Which is interesting. What's the collision shape of this? I think it's only 2, okay. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong one. No, it is only 2. That's kind of weird. I don't think it should be like that. Yeah. I do want to have another variable in here that's like collide with wall or something. So var wall collision is, let's say, false by default, and then in here we'll say if wall collision, then collision layer, what is it, set collision layer or something? Set collision layer value, so the layer will be, or set collision mask value. So we want to do it on layer value 4, and we're going to set it to true. And then, like in the player, we can actually have that as like a default thing. So projectile dot wall collision, I think is what I called it. Let me make sure. Yep. Is equal to projectile or range stats dot projectile info dot get wall collision By default, that'll be... no, that'll be true by default. Okay. So then back into here, we're going to make it queue free if it hits a wall, and that's true. So down here, if... right, if it's not an entity, whatever, that's spawn object. So let's just make a case for when it hits the wall. So if wall collision, we'll go ahead and say if body is not entity, then go ahead and just say queue free. And then there I'll just say return. And then we'll just have the other one. So if friendly, if body is entity, and body is not player, then we're gonna run this one, right? And I guess in any of these, we're also gonna check if it has this spawn object thing, because that's when it's gonna run the spawn child object script. So in here, I'm gonna say if spawn object is not equal to empty, then run spawn child object, else queue free, return. So if it's a friendly projectile, we're going to check, is it an entity? And it's not the player. If it has a spawn object, then say spawn child object. Otherwise, do that stuff and then say return. Almost there then. So if it's not an entity, then do that. So it'll only do that if it hits a wall and that's not an entity. Otherwise, it just moves on to this code. So it'll check if it's friendly and it can do that stuff. And we can actually turn this into the same thing if we just say this. And body is not player and friendly. Or actually, we just say this, or not friendly. So that means if it's not friendly, then that evaluates as true, and as long as it's an entity. Okay. And then I don't think we need any of this stuff down here. And I guess in this case, I'm also going to check don't attack an entity if... That's the tricky thing, because a player is an entity, right? So I guess we might have to have two cases for this. Because if it's a friendly projectile, I don't want it to hit entities. I guess I'll just say, if it's an entity, and body is not a player and not friendly, and body is a player and friendly. So as long as it's a player and it's friendly, or friendly, I gotta figure this out. Okay, so let's say it's a friendly projectile. It hits an entity, that's true. That's true, which means that's false. So that's false, or it's not a player. This is complicated. Let's restructure this. So let's say it's a player. If body is player and it's not friendly. So let's say friendly is true, then that's false. And it doesn't do it. Yeah. And let's do this one. Oh, I guess that'll be an or for that one, so we'll do this. Because it's if it's a player and it's not friendly, or body is not player and friendly. Because if it's a friendly projectile, then that will be true, which means it can hit the entity that is not a player. I think that's right. We'll figure that out, but that should work. Now what I can do with that is I can go ahead and say up here, like, I don't know, somewhere. Oh, so I guess I'm always going to have the mask set to that. So we're just going to do that, and we're going to set mask 3. And I'm going to say, you know, if wall collision, which means if you're colliding with the wall, if the body is not an entity, then do that stuff. And then regardless of the projectile type... There's so many different scenarios here. Because what I want to do here is I also want to make it so it pops like the beach balls and stuff. So I'm trying to figure out like how I'm going to go about that. So wall collision is just for the wall. That's saying if it's, as long as it's not an entity, then do the stuff. Now this is the one where it does the regular stuff and it takes the damage. So if it's an entity, I guess, or if it's a body is training dummy. I guess that's how I would do it, I think. Let's go make sure that works. Okay, so that doesn't work at all because projectile's friendly, but it's hurting me. I want to do this in one thing, but I think I'm just gonna do this. And maybe make a function for function hit body. This is gonna be better. So the body is an entity or it's a body is training dummy. We're just gonna start with that, not dumber. Now, if friendly, then if body is not player, then we say hit body with body. Otherwise, if body is player, we say hit body. And I think that's it. That's a little bit easier to understand. Okay. Let's try that out. Okay, it looks like it is hitting the training dummy. It's not seemingly running any code. Oh, and body is not training dummy. I think that's the reason why it's not working. Nope. So is it running this code in here? Just gonna say, okay, it is running that code. It's throwing an error. Wonder what that is. Oh, it's calling it with 2 arguments, that's why. Okay. I'm actually gonna change the training dummy take damage to have a default thing for the... Because when we run take damage, it's going to have the direction. So training dummy, I'm just going to say dir is equal to vector 2.0. So it just doesn't matter. I guess I'll give it an underscore. There we go. Okay, anyways, that's finally working. I also want to test it with plopping down a beach ball. You give plastic 99. So yeah, it's not going to work with that right now. You can see that it's hitting it like it's a wall. So we have to fix that. So let's see here. If wall collision... I'll just say if it's, you know, if body is poppable or whatever. If body is bounceable, then go ahead and say a body.queue_free. That's pretty much it. Okay, that does work, but it completely eradicated it. I think, I need to figure out how we do... That's funny. Did this just attack it with the zapper? It did. That's kind of funny. So what am I doing with that? I think I'm just setting the hits, or it's like a take hit or something. Let's go look at that really quick. Because bounceable is a buildable. Buildable is breakable. We're just going to say hit count. It's in here somewhere. On hit. I guess it's on hit. On hit.rpc. So back to the enemy projectile. We're gonna say body.onHit.rpc. Hit strength is a float. Air hit is a bool. It's gonna return void. Okay, change drop. I guess that's true by default. I don't know what change drop is. Sure. So we're just gonna say true and 1, and true, I guess, for the last one. True 1, true. Or I'll just say false, because I don't actually know about that one. Okay, let's see what this does. Oh, and also instead of 1, I'm just going to say infinite damage. There we go. Alright, sick. So we're able to shoot the training dummy. We can break all the poppables now, like the rubber duck and stuff. Let's go test it on an enemy. It should work just fine. But... oh yeah, no items are dropping. I noticed that. Is that because... let me go check this. Half the time, huh? It does have its ID set, right? No, it doesn't. Building... beach ball. I think that got reset when I changed the script of that a while ago, actually. And it's the same with the rubber ducky. Nope, that one's actually okay. Well, I guess we're fine. So let's just make sure. I can't build in here though, so... oh yeah, so can I also break decorations? No, I cannot. So that's something that I'll want to change also. Make it so we can break those. Yeah, but this works. We're able to shoot them. It doesn't do very much damage. We're gonna adjust the values and stuff, but... yeah, it's beach_ball. It's different in the building's ID versus the actual name of it, but it is beach ball, I'm pretty sure, in the buildings table. So So yeah, this does like no damage. We're gonna have to adjust that a little bit. It's kind of slow compared to something like this that just demolishes in one hit. No, my one land tile. Okay, let's test it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we're good on that now. Okay. I believe that we're gaming. Yeah, last thing really then is just gonna be cleaning it up, adding in an animation, all that business. And then let's also go make it so that we can break decorations. And then once that's kind of set up, I think we're finally done with guns for a minute. I know it's taken a long time, so I do apologize for that. But this is an important part of the update, so I want to make sure it's working. So the decorations are just a breakable. Destroy. Then yeah, that's what it does on exiting. So we're just gonna go ahead and do the same sort of thing. Just check for breakable decoration. And then back into our enemy projectile. So it's just gonna be right here. If body is bounceable or body is breakable decoration. Later on, I might actually add a variable into the breakable class that just says can be broken or whatever with melee, which is going to be better than having a class check for all this crap. There we go. Okay, well that works pretty well. There's a couple more things I want to do. One thing I do want to do is have little project particles, probably for when this bullet hits, or especially when it misses and hits a wall or something. Just so you get a little bit of feedback of like, oh yeah, that failed to hit anything, right? Like, so when it hits that, it'll just go like, or whatever. Also, it seems that it's going through the walls, which is not supposed to happen. I'm pretty sure that I have it set to if wall collision. Yes, I'm not sure what's up with that. I'm gonna check on that. So, because wall collision by default is false, but then in player, we're grabbing wall collision by default, we're setting it to true. So let me just make sure that this is printing out true. I mean, it should. Oh, I guess because it also collides with layer 1. I forgot that layer 1 is actually walls, not 3. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, I gotta fix that. So back into enemy projectile. Yeah, it's just I'm just stupid and I made a mistake. So if wall collision and we hit layer 1, and we just go ahead and say this, then this. Then that'll be a separate part. We don't do that because we know it's nothing. It's not breakable. And then we say return right there. So otherwise, if the body is not an entity and it's not a training dummy, then actually here we can just say else because we don't have to check again. Then we do that stuff and we should be good to go. So now it'll, yeah, hit the wall. It also hits there, I guess, because it's interesting. Because that is a collision shape. May have to look into that. Okay, but yeah, that seems to be working pretty well. We're able to break the decorations, right? Yes, we are. What else do we need to test then? I guess I do need to make sure that the projectiles, the first like the enemy projectiles work, right? So I guess we'll find the boss really quick. Oh. It's kind of nice with this super long range on this weapon. That's a special room. Uh-oh. We're freaking gaming. Okay, I just want to make sure that these guys are still using their projectiles correctly, right? And also that he is. Yeah, see, that's not right. So I wonder why that just doesn't work. And yeah, those guys are completely broken too. Well, it set speed back to 240. So the default is like pretty fast, but I guess maybe they don't use the default. It could just be because if I go into them, let's go into the boss. Because I think they might actually have their own set projectile speed. No, they don't. Well, what are they doing in here when they shoot their projectiles then? Oh, I set the speed to 0.5 on this one. So I'm actually just going to set that to 120. There we go. Yeah, that works. Yeah, I just want to make sure that these are all good because I don't want to break everything. And then let's go fix it on the moon shrooms. I don't think there's any other enemies that shoot projectiles other than those guys. Actually, there is. I forgot about that. The new guy we added. Okay, so speed there was also the same, so that's going to be 128. And then, or really it's 120, but whatever. I'm going to make it 128 just because it's a nicer number to deal with. Because it's a multiple of 16, which is a tile. And then last guy, the mole shroom. Let's go edit him. His speed was 1, so yeah, he shoots way faster. He shoots at 256. And that should be it. Let's make sure these guys are fine. Yep, that's looking pretty normal. Technically, those projectiles are slightly faster, but they're not. 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 times. Yeah, that's what 120 would be, right? Or is that what 128 is? Yeah, that's what 128 would be. Yeah. So yeah, that should work. So hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. All right, cool. Anyways, I think that's projectiles seem to be fine. I'm still gonna test around and stuff, you know, when I'm actually checking the enemies just to make sure. But I think we're okay. But yeah, projectiles. Oops. Yeah, projectiles seem to be working pretty well though. And yeah, they should collide with rocks and stuff, which is good. Cool. I'm gonna fix some of these like noises. Obviously, we don't want that little ching noise to play when it does it, because that's just weird. I also wonder if we want the bullets to move with the velocity of the player. So if we're moving up and we shoot sideways, maybe the bullet is going at that angle, right? So I don't know. Only show the change tool hint for the selected tool. Oh, like the Q one? Yeah. I'm probably going to do that. Just so that it'll only let you do it if you're actually on it. And then yeah, we still need to fix the tool wheel because it's not showing the gun sprite, so that's one thing we have to fix. I also want to add a margin to this image in here. I think I did that on the melee one, but not on the ranged one yet. So let's just do that really quick, honestly. Get it out of the way. So we have the gun. Hey, welcome back, MBG. What's up? Okay, that is in there, so we should be good to just do margin container. Add the gun in there, and then set a margin. Don't know exactly what I want to set for that. Maybe 15. And that should be fine. Yeah, so let me show you what we got going on now. I have gotten the projectiles working. All the sprite alignment stuff is done. There's still some more stuff I want to do. I kind of want to do that thing we had before where I push the sprites into each other. So I'm probably going to do that. But that's like pretty minor stuff, honestly. But yeah, the guns actually shoot projectiles now, like this. So, works pretty well. Now, there is some funny business, because since it collides with layer 1, it means it's going to collide with the ocean and stuff, which is not supposed to happen. So I'm going to have to, like, tag what is a wall and what is a floor, even if the floor has collision, if that makes sense, right? So I'll have to figure that out. But it's okay. I mean, that's not a major issue right now. But yeah, we're able to, like, attack enemies and stuff, and here, I'll just spawn in an enemy here. Well, I know he's not an enemy, but, you know. And then just slash mature. True. So now I can shoot him. Just like so. He doesn't have any hit sounds, does he? Yeah, I guess he doesn't. I know. Born just to be, yeah, shot to death. Very sad. But yeah, it's definitely getting there. It's just sort of more refinement now. He has no mouth, but he must scream, yeah. This guy's strong. I'm just... There we go. Yeah. I think this will work pretty well once I get all the... Love's getting shot. Nah. I don't think so. I think that'd be pretty awful to be born just to be shot. I don't mean like he was born to be shot. I mean like literally he was born just so I can shoot him. But yeah. Yeah, he's not that strong. The bullet doesn't do any damage right now. So we're going to change that. I think we could probably go up to 1 damage per bullet from 0.5. Because 1 damage really isn't that much. I think the whole idea with like guns is they don't necessarily do a bunch of damage, but they're going to be just more flexible because you can step back from an enemy and still do damage, right? So I don't know. Balancing the bullets and stuff and their damage is going to be kind of like a task, right? We got to figure out actually what we want to do with that, but I don't think it'll be too bad. I'm also going to go ahead and create the little poison cloud sprite thing for the blight bone. So we're going to do that. There's so much mass bullets bounce off, yeah. He had hearts. Oh, I accidentally right-clicked him with some moongrass, I think, and that's why... Yeah, that's why he didn't actually enjoy it. I just fed him in the middle of his slaughter. So, yeah. Is Poison Cloud a sprite? Oh, it's just called Poison. I'm also going to have another variable on here, which is projectile speed. And this one I'm going to set like like a bit slower, right? Because I just don't want that projectile to move that fast. This one can be 256, but yeah. And that'll be a float, because why not? So I can statically type these now, can't I? Like, I don't know how that would work, but... I mean, I know I can statically type these ones up here. I'm gonna have to look into how you actually do that. Well, I guess I would only be able to statically type the top one, I think. Can you have statically typed dictionaries in statically typed dictionaries? Does that work? I don't know. Dictionary string float, okay. Yeah. Save the nesting arrays, dictionaries, yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's really gonna work, which is fine. I'll look into it just to make sure, but yeah, I don't think you can. Okay, so projectile speed for both of those is set. That should be good to go. Wanted it when I searched for it, I found it wasn't supported yet. Yeah. Hopefully soon, though. And then also what I want to do in this one then is spawn scene, which is going to be res scenes. The poison cloud. What is this poison cloud spawner? What does this do? Cloud is that. What do I actually use in this? Like, for the decoration or something. Do I use the spawner? What do I even use? Is this the breakable decoration? Oh yeah, right here. No, I just straight up load in the poison cloud, so that's what we're gonna do then. So anyways, back to here. I'm just gonna say it's poison cloud. And then all I'm gonna do is just set that scene to whatever it is. Inside of the player. I know we're getting quite a few stats here I'm setting, but maybe I'll convert these into functions or something. So projectile dot override, or what is it? Spawn override or something? Or is it just spawn scene? I think it's just called spawn scene, spawn object. Is equal to range stats dot projectile info dot get spawn scene, which I think is what I call it, an items table. And by default that'll be empty. Okay. Yeah. All right, and then the only other thing was the speed. Speed is now going to be range stats dot projectile info dot get speed. By default, that'll be 256. All right, I think that's it for that then. So hopefully now with the poison guy, it's going to shoot out a poison projectile. We'll go ahead and see what that does. If it does shoot a poison projectile, then it won't do, it's not gonna do, like, damage, but it'll just spawn in the scene, I think, when it gets, like, to the end of its path. So we'll see with that. I'm not exactly sure, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works with, like, the moon shrooms, the little shroomy guys. What? I might have messed up, guys. Now I have to actually statically type all this stuff. Frick. I guess float. Oh God. Let me just find all instances of on hit. Here, function on hit. Here. And then we'll fix it. Oh, I also have to make it return void. Okay, it was only one place. That's not a big deal. Okay. Okay, we're fine. Ugh. Alrighty, let's check this. Continue the autosave. And we're gonna see what the poison projectile does. So let's just make sure this one's still working as normal. Yep. Now if we load up the poison one in here, it should shoot poison clouds. Yes, it does. Now the lifespan on the poison cloud is really bad. Also now it's just not spawning? Oh, it's because it didn't hit. Oh, I guess it's because it hit the end of its lifespan. I need to make it so that if it does that, it actually spawns in the scene. So right here, if lifespan is less than 0. If spawn object is not equal to empty, then actually just do spawn child object. Otherwise do that. So what is this one? Spawn is not that. If the distance to the target is less than 4. Okay. I guess that one's fine. Alright, so that should fix that. Let's see. So I want to be able to set the child lifespan, actually. So I'm just going to say var child lifespan is equal to 0. Instead of setting the lifespan, because that's just bad. So right here, lifespan will be child lifespan. And I guess by default, child lifespan is just going to be 2. I also have to make sure if these things actually exist. Right? Because that is something. I have to say if child dot has, or if, what is it? It's like if child in child or something. And then if lifespan in child lifespan. I think that's how you do it. Or in child. Okay. Then we got the child lifespan, so we'll set that to whatever. Yes, it's your child's lifespan. Everyone has limited time on this earth. Mark his days. Yeah. I will make him die. Okay. So for child lifespan, I'm not sure how long I want to set that to, because like Mushroom Boss, I set it to 6, but I don't necessarily want to set that one to 6. Because I'll just say projectile.child lifespan now is 6. I think that's literally like the only spot where I do that probably. And then by default, the lifespan of this is 5, so that should be okay. Yeah, because nowhere else in the game does anything shoot a poison projectile. The only place I could think of is the special weapon component, but that doesn't like use a projectile, so we should be okay. If damage in child. Oh, did I do that? Am I stupid? Hold on. Oh yeah, I'm dumb. Sorry. You're right. Okay. And then child lifespan will be 2 by default, but I'll probably increase it. We'll just have to see. So back into items table, I'm also gonna say spawn scene lifespan, which is gonna be 5 seconds or something, right? And then back into the player, we gotta add also that on. Huh. Projectile dot child or projectile dot child lifespan is equal to range stats dot projectile info dot get child lifespan by default is 2. Okay. So we have to restart the game though. But this does work, so I mean that's pretty cool. It's funny because it also harms the player, so I might have to be careful about that. Now, this does make that special melee weapon component kind of bad in comparison, but I guess the difference is that this is only the poison cloud, right? The melee weapon you can attack and do the poison cloud at the same time. So I don't want to end up making that like too overpowered. So yeah. Okay, let's see here. Seems to be working pretty nice. I also want to make it so the particles don't just immediately disappear. I think I want to make them fade out. So I'm probably going to do that on the poison cloud. Now, I have some ideas on how I could do that. But I don't know. Also, I realize that in here there's some stupidness. I'm just gonna do this. I.apply effect, Starground effect, poison, right, for 1 second. So now this actually applies the poison effect, and then we don't have to check resistances because it already does that in an apply effect. So I think that's going to be better. So now you can see I just get the poison effect in here. And I'm actually just going to change it so it doesn't do it every, like with a timer or whatever. It'll just immediately apply it if you step into it, right? So this actually really simplifies this poison cloud script. Yeah. All right, boom. So now when I shoot this and I walk into it, I just immediately get the poison effect, which is good. I think it's good like that. And if I stay in the cloud, I just keep getting the poison effect, right? So I take more damage. I think that's nice how that works. Before it was just doing like applying damage, and that's just because it was before we actually had effects in the game. I will have to check that with enemies, but I'm pretty sure that it'll do that. And I could give it like a little longer than 1 second probably. I could probably say 2 seconds maybe. We'll see. Pretty balanced weapon? Yeah. I think it'll be fun. Because, you know, it also does like an AoE thing, so you can actually rack up a lot of damage if you kind of do it right. You know, like this. So I think it's interesting. For enemies, it's going to have to do more damage to them than it does to the player, probably. So I'm going to have to figure out how to balance that poison effect. Oop, I died. I kill myself more than once with this, yeah. That's what I kind of like about it, though, too, is that it's like... It's dangerous, right? So it's like... It can be really powerful if you play your cards right, but it can also destroy and kill everybody. So I kind of like that concept of like, you know... I don't know. Yeah, right? It's just more interesting that way. Okay, so I want to change the poison effect so that it does more damage to the player, or more damage to an entity. So if it is server, say, take damage 1. So I'm going to say if entity is player, do that, otherwise take 1 damage. Or, you know, we'll probably make it take 2 damage for regular entities or something. We'll have to see. I don't want poison to be a useless effect against enemies, right? So let's try that out now. And also we got to remember that this is like the first iteration also of the poison gun. So I don't want it to be doing too much damage, because the whole the whole idea is that you can find like a basic first part of this gun and then you upgrade it. So I don't want it to immediately be like really good. But again, I like the concept of how it damages the player also. So I think it'll be pretty balanced. I'm just gonna have to do a lot of testing with this stuff and see like what it's actually like in gameplay, which is sort of what I'm doing right now. But I need to load in all the different enemies and stuff instead of it just being these guys, and I just killed myself. So that's epic. So let's try the Chumbo guy and let's take it for a spin. Oh, that one seemed to miss. Oh, I think it just hit the wall instead. So this one's more of a rapid fire, like, it's more, obviously more precise than the other one. Oops, I went off of it. I'm probably gonna make it do even more damage, so, because this doesn't do that much. And these guys are supposed to be kind of weak enemies anyways. I think a little more than 1 damage would probably be a good idea. And, you know, it does hit the wall and stuff, so it's like, it's not that overpowered, I would say, because a lot of the times these mosquito enemies especially are out of your, like, shooting area, right? So I think it'll be okay. Yeah, it's just going to be a lot of balancing with these parts. I don't want to make them feel useless, though. I do want them to actually be, like, fun and, like, do damage and stuff, right? Because it's not just, like, the mining laser where you had this massive range that can go through walls where you just click on the enemy. You actually kind of have to, like, shoot it and aim it, and especially once we add in recoil, I think that's really going to kind of help balance out weapons like this one specifically, like a really fast firing one, because you can shoot really fast, but you have to take into account like the recoil. So like you shoot like this and it goes up and then comes back down, you know, so you could do like little burst rounds, and so you kind of stay stable. But then if you just go, like if you shoot too much, yeah, you get the idea. A mosquito just stopped on my screen right next to the game mosquitoes. That's crazy. They know. Yeah, that's pretty fun. I do like these ranged weapon parts. They're just really interesting and unique. You know, like especially just weapons that don't necessarily just do regular old physical damage. Like the poison cloud is really fun, I think. And I'm excited to mess around with these ones too, because this is like, this one does like it slows enemies down. This one's fun because it'll randomly pick an elemental effect, which is cool. So maybe that would be a cool one to add, actually. Just pick a because it could also do like regeneration or something, right? So it's like, it could be a bad thing sometimes too. It would be sort of a stupid, useless one, but it would just be fun to apply a random effect. And yeah, this one's really cool too. I like a lot of these because some of them are way more support roles than just pure melee damage. So like, for example, this one, it applies regen, right? It heals allies. So that's really interesting because it's not just damage, right? Basically, if you run into the dungeon with just this gun, it's useless. I mean, you can use it with yourself, which is nice too, but it won't beat the dungeon. Like, there's no damage. So I think that's just a cool idea. I really like ideas like that, where it's just like, I don't know. Yeah. And yeah, I guess this one is just blasts guys back or something. I don't actually know. So we'll figure that out. And this one's cool. One is just gonna basically slow people down. Maybe it'll do like a little bit of damage, but the primary effect is gonna be slowness. So we'll see on that one. And then this one does fire damage, which is basically like the poison one, if you think about it, but instead of it being like a cloud of poison, it's gonna just be the fire as the projectile. So maybe it's a little different, because the poison cloud is something that you like shoot and leave as almost a trap for enemies, where this is more of an active attack, right? So this will be really interesting, I think. These ranged weapons will really spice up combat, I think. Just make it way more interesting. But yeah. And yeah, I don't know about these yet with like the different... I do want the barrels to do different spray patterns, because I do think that's interesting. But I don't know. I don't know yet. So we'll look into that. Does the barrel do anything right now? Forget. Okay, yeah, the barrel is the primary source of range, which makes sense. And then the sniper scope basically is just a pure additional thing, so yeah. So for crit chance, I think that's a relatively easy thing to do. Basically inside of the player, I'm just gonna check the crit chance. I'll run the crit chance. I'll say if range stats dot crit chance. So we'll just do this. Randf range. 0 to 1 is less than that. Then that means for this one, projectile damage will be ×2. Otherwise, it's just normal, right? So I think that'll be a fun little mechanic. So I think that adds up, right? 0 to 1, and then that's like the chance. So if it's less than that, so yeah, if your crit chance is 1, then that means basically it will always be true. So yeah, that should work. 100% crit chance. Like, I can see a lot of builds being made. Yeah, I think this will really open up a lot of interesting weapons and stuff to design. Because that's really my whole goal with the modular weapons like this, right? Is like, I want people to experiment and come up with interesting builds, right? So I think this will be fun. So yeah, technically I should be doing crit damage now. I think the easiest way to tell is just going to be at, you know, 0-0 back at the training dummy. So we'll see like randomly one of these hits will do more damage. Yeah, I think we had a crit in there. Oh, right there, you saw it go to, we went up to 3. So yeah, that does work. It's a pretty low crit chance with the scope. It's just 10%, but it does help. You can see it increases damage a little bit. So yeah, I mean, if you have like a really good crit chance on that, like 100% or even like 50% or something, that's really gonna increase your damage output almost by double. So that's another just nice, cool little stat to mess around with. I do need to get it set up to where it shows all the stats on these, because it doesn't right now, like it just shows nothing. So we're gonna do that. But let's just start chipping away at these little weird quirks that we need to work out. So for example, the melee weapon. Let's get that working. Because right now it just, it shows that there's a melee weapon in the slot, which is not true. So let's go to player. And now that I can just build the sprite like this, it's actually really easy. I just go to change tool. And then down here, I say if selected tools 1 or whatever in here. This is where I set the icon. So yeah, pretty easy actually. What is this one? Hand a texture. Okay. So right here, I'm just going to say, go grab the icon for it, which is here, I believe. Yep. I'm going to say that dot texture is equal to mod API dot create melee, or it's build melee sprite. And then I just pass in the inventory data. So inventory dot inventory data. I think I have a variable called inventory. Yeah. So that'll set it to the melee one, and then down here we just do the exact same thing, which is setting it over to the build gun sprite. Hey, Zorkanab, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in, everybody. Let me give you a shout out. What is going on? I think I typed it wrong. Hold on. Let me make sure I'm doing this right. There we go. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. But yeah, what were you up to today on your stream? Welcome in, everybody. Okay, let's see if this works now. Oh, it's not happy. Oh, duh, I have to say that dot sprite. Whoopsies. It's working on NES Tetris and 6502 assembly. That's awesome. Yeah. Man, I've never messed around with, like, assembly stuff like that before. To me, that's really daunting. Like, I don't even know the first, like, step about trying to learn and work with assembly. I have no idea. Yeah, that would be tricky. What happened here? Why is it random pieces? Okay, that's weird. We're gonna have to fix that. Very verbose, I bet. Yeah, assembly. Man. That's really cool, though. Being able to, like, actually do that stuff is awesome. Like, working with old systems like that and stuff, and old languages. It's really cool. Yeah, that's pretty sick stuff. Yeah, we've been just working on weapon stuff today in Starground. And it's getting there. It still needs a lot of work, but we're just sort of chipping away at random little issues. I don't know why this is crashing like this, honestly. Oh, that one's just that. But yeah, it's coming along. I'm just sort of getting it set up so you can build these modular weapons and swap the parts around and stuff, so... Oh, it's funny. The Schrommel still does -2 cooldown on this, so is it just 0? Oh, no. Yeah, that's not supposed to happen. It's a cool effect, though. Well, I might have to fix that. I think I just need to set a minimum thing on that. Yeah, it's also rotating, so I need to fix that. Let's give myself some, what do I want to do here? Wood. And stone. I want to build a chest. Drop all my stuff off. Got too many items in here. Yeah, it's funny because, like, these melee weapons will affect, guns, which is not really supposed to happen. So I may have to adjust that. But see, now it has the dagger blade, so it does dagger damage. It's a little janky. I'm gonna have to add some check for that. Charles the goat, always thinking of the metal weapons. I know. This is such a stupid setup because you can just do this, like that, and get a couple Schrommels in here actually. Oh god, and then you can just. Poison cloud everywhere. Oh man. Yeah, this is sort of a broken weapon. We have 0 range, but we are shooting bullets. I guess we do need the pistol barrel. This is a crazy weapon, though. This is stupid. I think we need to go test this out. How much damage is this doing? That's pretty good. Let's go try it out in the dungeon. Yeah, this is an insane weapon right now. The Schrommel, dude. The Schrommel's crazy. Oh, man. Yeah, put some cheese in my gun. I can do that. It is funny, because... Yeah, I don't have any checks against, like, putting melee parts on. Cheese. Thank you for the cheese time. So yeah, that's kind of funny that that can happen. I don't know if I'm gonna ban those parts from being used on weapons. I might. I don't know. We'll figure that out. Oh, this just breaks down, like when it's 2 parts like this. There is some weirdness sometimes when I have... Oh, I think it's because the scope is longer than the front or something. So it's just not doing anything. Yeah, I have to fix that, but it's not a big deal. So yeah, there's still some balancing stuff I'm gonna have to work on, like preventing people from doing builds that are stupid because they're using melee parts. So I don't know. We'll figure that out. But yeah. I've been poisoned. Don't. I mean, I guess I can allow people to do it. I'm just gonna make sure though that, oh, that's why I'm using inventory component and not the weapon configuration. So it's just using items in my inventory to draw the parts. Look at that. So melee is using these three, and then this one's using these. That's actually kind of funny. Let's go fix that. I was wondering, like, why is it just not the right part? What's happening? Change that over to weapon configuration. Okay. Yeah, what's going on, Scary Pastry? Welcome in. Want to add the Dragon Slayer as a bayonet for my pistol? Yeah, that'd be crazy. Technically, you could do that. One issue with how the melee sprites interact with ranged is that they just go vertical. So, like, if I give myself a Dragon Slayer, it'll just be like that. So, it's a little broken. That's funny because it does do the damage. Yeah, interesting. Whack. You can put it on top like this if you want. I mean, it won't really do anything, but you can. I don't know. Also, it looks like the hotbar stuff is working pretty well now. When you switch to the ranged weapon, it shows it in there. I do have to check, like, in here when we're changing it and stuff, and, like, what if we have no parts? Because in that case, it's empty, so... for that one, we have to swap it back out to the other one. So let's go to change, or it's set weapon or something. Alright, we got ads starting in 1 second, by the way. My apologies, everybody. Okay, set weapon. Let's get rid of all this old stuff now. Actually, before I do that, I gotta make sure that we're good, but I think we are. Let's start getting rid of all this random print statement stuff. Okay, so range stuff. It's down in here. I think we do say change tool. Yeah. So, that one we're not gonna do anymore. Yeah, so this is where we say if that, then do that, whatever. I'm just gonna do this. Get rid of that. And we also only want to do that if authority, which is very much true. So down in here. So I'm just gonna grab this sprite and basically just check if the sprite is null. So if... Well, first off, we'll save our sprite data is that. If sprite data dot sprite, if it's not that, then we do that. Otherwise, we do that. All right, and then that'll be sprite data dot sprite. Yeah, that should work. And then basically just the same thing down here. Oh, and actually with the, this one, because the melee is different, so we don't want to do sprite data, we just want to say if not sprite data, and set it to sprite data. But this one we do it this way. So this is not build melee, this is going to be build gun. Get rid of this one now. Alright, so that should work. Also, ads are over. My apologies, everybody. Alright. We should be good to go now. Let's just make sure. Okay, no. It's definitely not working. Oh! How did that happen? What? Okay, there's another bug we have to work out. That's not really supposed to happen, guys. It's cool, but... Also, no, I don't think the Dragon Slayer sprite is different. We did have one a while ago that I changed. It was the old one, but I did, you know, swap it out. event at one point. It was a while ago though. It was like, you know, last year or something. Okay, so why is this? I had to do another check on the ranged weapon to make sure that the gun is actually there, because I think that's what's happening here. Also, I don't know why this is just nothing. Let's go check. Oh, I just have to swap these. So if sprite data, yeah, there we go. Yeah, magic poison hands. It's epic. All right, so then also in here, if I'm like messing with my weapon, does it update in there? I guess it only updates after I click OK. But then I also wonder like here, if I'm not on it and I update it, and then I just get out of my inventory. See, it doesn't update until I select it. So that is kind of an issue. I will have to fix that, but that's not a big deal. And then, yeah, it works for the ranged. I think what's happening is that it's remembering the last parts, like the last part data that was set, right? So like this skull was in here, and so I was able to do this with the skull. And so it's remembering like, hey, skull was in there. And so it just thinks that it's still there or something. It's not resetting the data. So yeah. I think that's what's happening. I don't actually know though. I'll just assume that it is, and then we'll try and fix it. So what I need to do in here is just reset that info when there's nothing in there. So that's what we'll do. Love the minimap views. Remind me of oh yeah, Apico. Yeah, I actually really like Apico. That's honestly probably one of the inspirations for Starground, honestly. Especially with like the style. Because I always liked how simple Apico was. But yeah, this is an epic little game. Yeah. Apico's cool though. Definitely check it out. I think it's like done. I think they're not working on it anymore. Because I know that they're working on, yeah, Mudborn, which is... it's Apico, but not. It's frogs. It looks like the same game though. Which is fine. Yeah, Mudborn. But it looks cool. I'm probably gonna grab it when it comes out and try it out. Yeah, March 20th, so it's actually really soon. I didn't realize it's coming so soon. But yeah, this game looks pretty cool though. All their games do. They have the Snacktorio, which they've been working on too. And this is basically like it's interesting because it's like a side scroll view instead of a top down, so it's a little bit of a change from their usual games. But yeah, it's interesting. I think they'll all be pretty cool games to check out. But yeah. I'll be getting Mudborn for sure. Yeah, I'm gonna grab it and try it out. Minecraft Cole? Where's that? Oh, on Snacktoria? It does look a lot like Minecraft Cole, though, like the old Minecraft Cole sprite. Yeah, for sure. It's not quite the same though. Minecraft Cole. Pretty similar though, yeah. Probably some inspiration there. Okay, so let's figure out why this is just doing like shooting stuff, because it's not supposed to. I think what I need to do is in set weapon, I need to reset my stats. So let's go to that. Set weapon. So I also probably need to reset my melee stats too, because I bet, guys, what's happening here also is if I take all these parts out and then I just have the Tesla core, I apply it and then I take it out, I can still use it. No, maybe not that, but let's like put a weapon part in there and then take it out. No, it doesn't seem to be. It just must be there's a variable I'm not resetting in here, which is probably all it is. Oh yeah, I just need to say range stats dot projectile info is equal to nothing, and that should fix it. I do wonder though if I need to change it back to like the default Actually, I don't think there was a default. Yeah, it is just empty. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty much it then. I think that should fix it. It's just because it was... Yeah. Thinking that there was still a part in there. So now if we swap back over to our ranged weapon... So it'll still do a projectile, so we do have to check if, you know, there's actually parts in there. So we'll run that check. Because that is an issue. And also my hands are just kind of merged into one gross thing. So we're gonna have to fix that. Reminds me of coal pieces from modded Minecraft. Yeah, it does, like the tiny coal. Where's that? Yeah, these ones. It didn't have that sprite though, I thought. But yeah, it does remind me of that. Oh yeah. Is that actually... What is this coal? Where did that sprite come from? Is that like the first coal sprite or something? I thought that one was though. Oh. So coal used to look like that. Okay. That was back in dev, so that's a long time ago. Yeah. Interesting. Need screen shake too, I like that. Oh yeah, the screen shake's definitely nice for just adding a little bit of like, I don't know, make things a little bit more interesting. Like with this. I don't actually do like a screen shake, I just use I do a little wobble. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to use fandom. Go to minecraft.wiki, right? And then I'll search here. Coal. Yeah. Coal. 0.31. Can I, like, blacklist this website from showing up in Google? Like, I don't want to see anything from Minecraft. From the fandom one. I don't know. It's an extension? Okay. Because I just don't want it to show up. Because usually what I'm going to do is just search Minecraft, whatever item, and then it just always shows the, you know, the fandom one. So, I don't know. Alright, well, we're doing good here. I think, it is funny that this happens. I kind of just want to, like, go into a dungeon and mess around with it, right? Put some schrommels on there. Maybe add a pistol barrel. Oh, yeah. What does the grip do? I forget. Okay, the grip adds, like, recoil, but we don't have that implemented yet, so... It's not doing any damage. Oh, it does 0 damage, okay. So we have to add in a part. That's okay, I guess. Yeah, it's funny. So it does this, but it doesn't actually do anything, though. It's also saying Nan in there sometimes. I don't know why. That's a good question. Let's see. It does indeed. So this will do the Dragon Slayer damage, which is really funny because it's not supposed to. Yeah, it's the tickle gun. It's funny because you could do... Could you technically make the dagger schrommel a thing? But a gun... Oh my god. That does so much damage. Let's go to the dungeon and try it out. Yeah, I'm gonna have to work on, like, balancing this stuff. It's really funny that you can do the classic schrommel dagger combo, but in gun form. Let's see. It does a lot of damage. Oh my god. Sorry, this is funny. Man. Troll dagger weapon will always be meta. I know, right? God. Dragon Slayer, Schrommel, and Barrel. Yeah, we could try that. This is a stupid weapon, but... That's not terrible. It's not as good as the freaking dagger Schrommel, though. I don't know. It's the dagger Schrammel is just the it's so OP, man. It is a funny looking weapon. It's funny because of how I'm holding it. I'm like holding it at the blade or whatever. Weird. I don't know. Cheese gun. It's funny that you can actually do this though and make a cheese gun, right? One part of me wants to balance it, but then the other part of me is like, it's kind of funny and I kind of want to keep it. Yeah, you know? I don't know. This stream of bullets is pretty satisfying, I'm not gonna lie. Oh yeah, Schrammel dagger barrel. It's probably gonna be even more OP. The cooldown's negative 0.1. Oh my god. Look at that damage. Hold on, let's go try this out. This is insane, dude. It just shreds. It kills everybody. Oh, Schrammel. You silly guy. I mean, look at this thing, dude. Just destroying. Boy. Yeah, we're gonna have to adjust some things. I do kind of want to make that change to the Schrammel where it becomes, instead of just a straight subtraction, like where it's minus 0.2, it'll go to, it'll just do a percentage. So it'll be like 20% faster instead of like 0.2 faster. And the reason why I want to make that change is to balance it, because it's going to make the dagger combo not insane. But it also makes the Schrammel actually way more useful for slow weapons. Because if you put a Schrammel onto a Dragon Slayer, instead of it doing this where it's just like a speed of 10 or whatever, instead of 2 and saying minus 0.1 and going to 1.9, then you say 2 times 0.8, so you drop off a lot of cooldown. So it actually makes it really useful for large weapons too. I think it's just going to be a better, make small weapons more balanced and then larger weapons way more useful for Schrammels and stuff. So that's probably the change I'm going to make. But yeah. TFG heavy gameplay, yeah. God. Tool wielding when? I don't even know. I don't know, man. That'd be cool though, wouldn't it? Enter dungeon, click win, yeah. It's crazy. I want to kill Dreadcap with this, see how long it takes. I'm gonna go do that. Let's go try it out. Cooldown is at the bottom. This thing, the white overlay. Yeah, I don't know why it's stuck there. I think it's because the cooldown is negative. So it's like broken. Let's try this. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, guys. World record? Did I just hit world record for a Dreadcap kill? Let's go just frick up Spore real quick. Yeah. Oh man. So this is kind of fun though, you know? It's kind of fun to be able to just shred enemies like this. Like, it's stupid and overpowered, but it's also really like satisfying. Oh god. Okay, he's dead, he's dead. Ooh. Spore's a little... I'm gonna have to work on Spore more. That's one of the things I want to do for like the dungeon stuff. Because with a fast weapon like this, he just spawns in 1 trillion mushrooms and it's, yeah. Definitely an early game weapon for sure, yeah. Absolutely. God. Man, ranged weapons will be fun. Once I get like things kind of balanced and stuff, it'll be really interesting. But yeah, it's crazy, dude. Just shreds. It's also funny because it basically has no noise. It's the clicking of the cooldown. So it's just like, it's not, it doesn't sound as strong as it actually is. Oh man. Well, anyways, we're definitely getting there. Still a lot of quirks we got to work out. Like, we still have to work on the balancing of this stuff, of course, because this is just insane. But yeah, we're getting there for sure, though. One thing I have to do is fix the little cooldown thing and add like recoil, and because I think with a gun like this, it'll get a lot more balance with the addition of recoil. Obviously, this is stupid. Having a negative cooldown doesn't make any sense, so we're gonna fix that. But having a recoil is gonna be like one of the negative stats that kind of like balances this stuff, right? So it'll help prevent people from just making a super fast gun that destroys everything, because the recoil is going to make it really inaccurate. So kind of, yeah, sure, you do a lot of damage, but, you know, your gun is like this or whatever. It's going to be like really hard to control. So, yeah. Yeah, overheating or something like that could be good too, right? Could do something like that. And also, one of the reasons why this gun is stupid is because I have to make it so that guns don't work if you don't have a gun core, like a receiver. Because in this case, a dagger blade does not make a gun fire. So I'm just going to have a check for that and make sure that the item in that slot is actually valid. I'm probably also going to make it so that these parts, it is exclusive, but I'm still able to put this other part in for some reason. So I'm not sure why that is. I think it's because of what it's exclusive with. Like, because I can't put this one in there, so I must have some kind of exclusive tag thing or something with these parts. So I'll look into that and get it so that it works with the range stuff. Because, yeah, as you can see, I put that in there, but then I can still put this one in here for some reason. So I don't even know what happens with this one. I guess, yeah, it just shoots the poison, because that's what's in slot 0. So, definitely weird. Yeah, like, this is OP. Like, I just need to add some rules for how you have to configure the gun, you know? So, but yeah, we'll get there. And it'd be fun to have, like, a sniper build, like, something that does a ton of damage, but it's really long, like, really slow and long range. Yeah, and shotgun, too. I want to do shotguns. There's going to be a lot of really fun things we can do with this, I think. But, yeah, I think that's going to be it for today. We've been going for 4 hours, 15 minutes. Yeah, let's go pick somebody to raid really quick. Nice shotgun, map 11. Nah, the shotgun will probably spray a lot. Yeah, we want to give a raid. I'm just looking around. Try catch. Streaming. Oh, pre-rolls. I don't typically raid with pre-rolls because that sucks. Not a game's doing stuff. Drone game. Why not? Yeah, that's gonna be it. Thank you everybody for coming to the stream. I appreciate it, and thank you to the raid. I really appreciate that. Yeah, feel free to buy Starground early access right now. This update I am gonna try and get up on the 13th, start of the spring sale. Hopefully I can make that deadline. We'll see. It's always hard to squeeze stuff like this in so soon, but it's just gonna work the best with the timelines of sales and stuff. Yeah, free to buy Starground. Feel free to join the Discord. I'll be live next on Wednesday, and daylight savings has happened, so it's going to be closer now to 3 p.m. MDT instead of MST, so keep that in mind. It'll be about an hour earlier than normal, as long as I'm not late. But yeah, that's going to be it. Thank you, gamers, and I'll see you around. Bye-bye. And I'm going to try and put up a build of this, the range stuff soon, so I can start, like, figuring out some balancing stuff, so be on the lookout for that on the Discord. So yeah. All right, we're gonna raid Hypnotic. Raid messages, big boy game raid. So yeah. Bye everybody. Bye bye. Oh, I gotta wait 10 seconds. Hold on. Always forget about that. 3, 2, 1. Okay, bye-bye.